Hi, welcome to the show. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Wait for a few people to roll in and get on with the news and chat. Lots in the news today. Interesting stuff. I received some. Hi, S. Good to see you. I have quite a few news articles, some viewer mail, and extra. Let's look at. Let's see. Where are we here? Yeah, we'll go to that. We'll look at some viewer mail. So the other night, Marlena was in class complaining that her boyfriend was starting to dismantle her house. So she said she'd send me some images, and here they are. So there's the boyfriend and the removed window frame or window casing. Sorry, the molding. Sorry, window moldings. Casing and frame are different. Casings around the window itself. And yeah, so that came out. Let's see, there was another image. There we are. I'm not sure what we're looking at here. This looks like an air conditioning unit. Um, Appears not to be on the wall. Maybe Marlena will come in later and give us a little more information. Hi, Christos. All right, you do that. Excellent. This show is going to be pretty short today, Christos. I have an appointment at 2, so I'm only going to be doing about an hour and a half, maybe. We'll see. Okay, tell me when you come back. We'll put up the invite, anyways. It's going to be a pretty steered conversation. Let's see there. There's the link. So yeah, dismantled house. Her boyfriend moved in a few days ago and apparently has started to dismantle the house. I think he's trying to show her that he can be a good provider and caretaker of the house. We'll see how it goes, you know. If he has to call the AC guy and the window guy, you know. Hey, Big Vlad, how you doing? Hi, Mark. Is he what one might call a tweaker? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. God bless Mille Lacs. Salutes, knowledgeable comrades. Yes, everybody in here quite knowledgeable. So I missed class tonight, and I do have an explanation for you. We'll wait a little while to tell you that, and have some articles and stuff. Wish there was more people here. I have to get into this stuff quickly, unfortunately. Here's another thing I wanted to present. After we saw Marlena's house get dismantled, so this was a site sent to me by, let me copy and paste this, guys. Sent to me by Beloved. It has good reporting, apparently, on the Ukraine-Russia conflict, which we'll get into as well. There's more happening there. Okay. So, I wish she was here at the moment. So, a typical day of killing Ukrainians: 450 soldiers killed, 130 to 150 targets destroyed, and no wonder they have to, get these foreign troops to come in. An ordinary day on the Ukrainian front, Russian troops strike over 140 military sites on a daily basis. But what does this mean? Let's take an example. a date, December 9th. The Air Force and artillery of the Russian killed 30 Ukrainian soldiers in some region. Russian forces hit concentrated Ukrainian main power in the Krasny Lin area and eliminated 3 enemy saboteur groups near Dobrova and another place. In total, Russians killed 52 Ukrainian soldiers. They also destroyed 2 armored fighting vehicles and 3 armored trucks. Russian forces continued their advance in the Donetsk region, killing 100 Ukrainian soldiers in the area. In the south region, Donetsk, Russian forces annihilated soldiers of the 61st and 72nd motorized brigades of the Ukrainian army. This is just a slaughter, a horrible. This is Greek news. A horrible atrocity on humanity. All of this death. Fighter jets of the Russian aerospace forces shot down 2 MiG-29 aircraft and a M18 helicopter of the Ukrainian Air Force at Donetsk. This is just a slaughter. Russian troops are advancing on the Donetsk in various directions. More than 200 Ukrainian soldiers were killed. December 20th. This is a horror story. All the death and destruction. Main issues. Let's see. No. Uh-oh. I don't know what I'm doing here now. Let's see. International War Monitor. Folder Turkey. Main issues. Home. Let's see what it does here. Rate this translation. Good. Okay. Now what? Okay, does it automatically. Nice. So if you want to keep up on so this is another issue that they're bringing up here. Prigozhin. I agree with B. Putin. We're turning back. End of the coup. With security guarantees. Is the Kremlin sacrificing Shayo Gazmov? Well, what's happening in that? Let's go to that. Hi, Teresa. Good morning, Gigi, and everyone else. Gonna fix something to eat. Sending love. Nice, thank you. Hi, Paula. Good to see y'all here. So, yeah, they're in Russia. They had the Wagner Group, private military contractor, with that coup. Now let's hold on, let me find the article here. Oh, okay, so we'll do another day. Okay. All right. Well, then we can have a longer show. I had something at 2, but now I don't. Is that the story there, Teresa? Are we rescheduling to next later in the week? Okay, so we're rescheduling. All right. Well, you want to come up and chat, Teresa? Seeing as you probably got yourself all geared up to talk today. That's funny. Yeah, let me, did I pin the link? I don't think I pinned the link. Let me just do that. We can open. There we go. Okay. Well, that reschedules my day. Well, I had the link open and everything. I'll have to go and delete it. That's all right. No big deal, Teresa. Life is full of change. Let's see. So we can go into deeper look at some of these things. Sunday Smudge, where are we here? Do I have an article for that? No. Okay. Okay. Well, we don't have an article for that, so we'll go back to that article shared by Beloved. Much thank you for that. Hey, Elderberry, how you doing? Let's see what we've got here. So yeah, this Wagner group is being sent. I was watching a couple of articles on it. Being sent over to guess where of all places? Belarus. And we've spoken about Belarus. They have nuclear weapons from Russia there. They have agitation groups from Poland. Concerns have recently been raised about Poland receiving strikes from Russia, which is interesting. And there seems to be some contention between Belarus and Russia, Poland and Ukraine. So now they're putting a military group, a private contracted military group, into Belarus. So now we have, I wonder where or if they'll get an influx of money from people. I am expecting that this small group of Polish people in Belarus will receive funding from Western sources, or, well, not even Western sources. They're not really. They're oligarchs. I guess you could call them the West. But hi, Freya. Been a long time. How you doing? Again, the link's up top for anyone who wants to come in and have their word on this or anything else. I'm hoping Noah will show up because he had a video, some information he wanted to display or show us and share with us. I was interested in. I had a tab saved for that from when we talked about it, but unfortunately, my computer locked up and I had to go for a restart, and I lost all that information. Well, yeah, what do you guys think about these two groups now? Possibly, well, if they're a private contractor group, they're just for hire. So anybody who wants to pay them to do whatever, they'll be paid and they'll do their job, right? Doing well, thank you kindly, John. I hope you're all groovy. Well, your end of the pond, yeah. It's pretty good over here in China. The laws are closing in on us. We'll get into that later too. We got a lot on the plate today, so let's get off with this Russia thing and get this over. This is a nuclear conflict waiting to happen. So we've got two groups in Belarus, along with nuclear weapons. Agitation between Belarus and Poland, Belarus and Russia, or Belarus and Ukraine. This is an open pit of hell, really. Like, my God. Like, what happens if these military groups, militant groups, or this paid contractor group, Wagner Group, what if they get a hold of these nuclear weapon facilities? I understand that most of these weapons are low yield tactical nuclear weapons with not much range on them. Certainly enough range to reach Poland, um, and that's a terror threat there because they could hit a major city. They don't necessarily have to even use them for tactical weaponry during a war. We could have vendettas taken out on Poland by Belarus, or we could even have Belarus attacking itself or Russia with these low yield nuclear weapon tactical nukes. I think Russia should probably move in and take those nukes out, take them back, because they're open source of nuclear war for anybody who has enough people. And the Wagner Group has thousands of people in their ranks, so they can probably go into any facility they want. Hi, Teresa. Get you in here.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hi. Hi, Susie
Happy
Q.
Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. Sunday.
Yes.
I'm trying not to sin.
Okay. So, what do you think of Belarus? Has that caught your attention at all?
Minimally. I try not
Minimally?
to.
Yeah, it's part of the
Yeah, it's
play, right?
just. Yes,
Yeah, the problem,
it's
it is part
stage.
of the play. Yeah.
I think it's all
Problem with
staged.
the the problem with the play and the staged play is they're going to kill people, right?
I know.
You know,
Yep.
like, people are dying right now between the Ukrainians and the Russians. Uh, but
Yeah.
now they've got the ability to use low yield tactical nukes. This is a horror story.
I mean, we have to keep an eye on it, and I think that different nations will have to respond in whatever way they think is best. But we just can't let somebody rogue go out and blow up the world either.
Hmm. Well, that's why I think it's important to talk about these things to get it out there. Hi,
Yes,
Christos.
I agree. Yep. Hi.
To inform people of the possible, false flag nature of these things.
Yeah.
Not that people aren't going to die. That's not what we say when we mean false flag. What we mean is
No.
it's provocateur by groups or governments or individual entities. And, well, we lost him. He'll be back. Um, and that's the important thing to get out there is, don't always believe what the mainstream is telling you, because they're telling you Russia bad, but they don't tell you the 12-year history, behind
Mhm.
why Russia is
Mhm.
being bad right now, or that they moved tactical weapons right up to Russia's border, which is against the convention.
Right.
Uh, it's
Yep.
ridiculous. Watch later,
There's
not now.
always uh,
Grab the link.
there's always more sides to a story, and there's always different threads of information, and it's our job as individuals to go through the threads that we can to digest as much of it as we can and make up our own minds. And not just because a group of people or a country has had habitual things that haven't been so good doesn't mean that every time they make a decision they're doing something nefarious, you know.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
it's kind of difficult because they bring that on themselves, but on the other hand, we have to show a certain degree of understanding, and that's why I say it's best to be the patient observer and just watch.
Hmm.
Watch, be aware, and don't stick your head in a bucket, but at the same time, don't assume anything either. You know, so.
Max is here and needing attention.
Is
Hello,
Max there?
Teresa.
Oh,
There. Well,
Max!
he's not getting the lap he wanted, so he's leaving.
Aw.
Okay.
Mine's sitting up in the mine's over there sitting up in the windowsill, laying with the window open and within the screen. We're on the second story, and she's looking out and watching all the birds and is hiding from the dogs because I got 2 dogs running around this weekend.
Nice.
Hi,
What kind of
Max and
dogs?
Teresa.
Hey, Paula, how you doing? Long time no
Good.
see. Well, I mean, I've
Yeah.
seen you on here, but I haven't chatted with you in a while.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen you on here. I probably missed those shows. I shared a link for you, Teresa, since you're not out in live chat anymore. A video that you can watch later about how Ukraine is not a sovereign, separate nation from Russia. That's all I'm going to say. And Max, I'm not sharing it in here or live chat, so you can play that in here. I don't think it's safe to play it in here,
All
but
right.
I've sent it to you in our private chat over
Okay.
in Google Chat. I did put it in live chat for everybody else. I told them to watch it later, squirrel it away until later. It's important that you see this video.
Hmm.
Yes.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Yes, they haven't been sovereign since like 2017. That's all I'll say.
When was the coup? Was that in 2016? That was in
Uh,
2014 or 2016.
might have been. Well, whatever it is, they have to pay a certain amount of money to remain sovereign, and they haven't re-upped on that. So they are now part of Russia.
I see.
So it's
Okay.
an internal matter, and we
Well,
have no
that
business sticking a nose in.
that explains it very clearly. Yeah.
Doesn't it though? Wait till
Yeah.
you see the video. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Right. Be prepared for anything, Susie Q says.
That's right, Susie.
Yeah. Yeah. So what is up with Putin? Do you guys think he's totally provocateur? Do you think we live in an entirely controlled system? Do you think the New World Order is failing in the East? China and Russia both are kind of seceding from all of these organizations and monetary systems. Is it just another trap, or is it more than that? You know,
It's always a trap. I think
it's
it's
always,
all just, they all want their precious little NWO,
yeah.
and they're going to fight and kick and scream and fall down and wet their pants until they have it.
Okay. What about you, Teresa? Do you think there's oh, you might be muted. Yeah,
Can't
it
hear
says you're
you.
muted. I don't know. Maybe I did that to you. Let me unmute. No, it doesn't do anything. Go into your audio.
Let's try that.
There we
I hit
go.
the button. I think
Yeah.
I hit the button.
There you go.
Well, I back to the Ukrainian thing. I was always under the impression, like around 1990, 1991, they declared their independence. I thought that they acquired their independence.
Apparently, they have to keep paying for it, and they stopped payment.
Oh, they had to buy their way out of it, huh?
They had to buy their way out of it, and they stopped payment. Yes.
Yeah, that would be the same in Canada. Quebec keeps wanting to secede from Canada, but the problem is the debt. They won't. They won't and can't assume the debt that they owe as a collective. So that keeps stopping them because the debt's so high. So yeah, I could see how that would. That could actually be a pretty interesting fact that would work against them. Yeah, that does put a totally different spin. Now, what about Belarus? Are they independent? Let's look up Belarus independence.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do that. Let me do that. Belarus.
I saw a TikTok last night that everybody else's money is mostly backed by gold or diamonds and gold, but America's just backed by debt.
So August 25th, 1991.
Them too,
Belarus got,
1991.
yeah.
Hmm.
Occupied by Nazi Germany, Belarus was retaken by Stalin's Russia in 1944 and remained under Soviet control until declaring its sovereignty on July 27, 1990,
Hmm.
and independence from the Soviet Union on August 25th, 1991.
Yeah, that's when it became official. Yeah.
So let's look up Ukrainian independence. See if this follows the same.
It pretty much does. Around the same time.
So that was
Right.
Belarus, not Ukraine. So that
And
was a separate
Ukraine.
thing. Yeah.
How did Ukraine gain independence in 1918? Interesting. Let's see. August 24th, 1991. Ukraine
Hmm.
became an independent again when the
same
Soviet
thing.
Union dissolved in 1991. This started a period of transition to the market economy in which Ukraine suffered an 8-year recession. Subsequently, however, the economy experienced a high increase in GDP growth until it plunged after the Great Recession.
Yeah, here's their active Declaration of Independence right here.
Let's see,
Yep.
get that shared.
Of course, I
Does
can't
it,
read their writing. So.
does
Gonna
it say
share.
they stopped payment? Does it say it all in that article that they stopped payment and are, again, as long as they're not paying, part of Russia?
They got international recognition.
Ukrainian. Let me check that out.
Checking it too.
For independence. There we go.
I
How
do,
much are
however, I do, however, think it's bullshit that you have to pay to be, free. It
Yeah,
should be
you know.
free. Yes. But I think it's all a scam for money laundering.
So Ukrainian sovereignty bond. The bond will pay twice a year on February 24th and another date, and the bond will mature on August 24th, 2027. So there is a bond that they are supposed to pay twice a year.
Yep, and they haven't paid for since
Well,
2017.
maybe that's why America keeps sending money to the Ukraine.
Well, yeah, this is that was
Maybe
a
that's
Canadian.
why Biden's sending money over there.
This is a
But
Canadian.
they're still not sovereign right at this moment. So my argument is, well, they've got all this money being tossed down their throats and up their asses. They're not paying. None of that money is going towards that. I mean, that's suspicious.
This.
You know,
This is a Canada government.
Pay for their freedom.
This is a Canadian government bill.
How
over
much do they
10
owe? Does it say, John?
Huh?
When you were looking at it, did
No,
it
I
say how
didn't
much
check.
they owe?
I didn't
Because
check.
we have sent over 75 billion.
Or more.
So I'm with Paula. If we have sent them $75 billion, you would think some of that would go to
Oh, there was
paying their
something.
freedom.
There was something on that. Let me check here.
That would be true.
How much are the Ukrainians getting from the Canadian government?
And then
$3,000 per adult. Isn't that wonderful? I get to spend $3,000 on the Ukraine.
Well, now NATO members have committed another 75.2 billion euros in financial, humanitarian, and military aid to Ukraine. So they got 75 billion from America and another 75.2.
And they still can't
NATO.
pay their bond.
Right? And I have another thing to throw in there. It's trying to escape my mind now. Crap, it was something one of you said. The money. Remember, I also said most of the money, the rubles and everything, is backed by gold or diamonds in gold. But all of the money leaving America, like it's being flushed down the toilet and going to Ukraine, is only backed by debt. So what is America really buying from Ukraine? I think they're trying to get Ukraine in America's debt system of debt. You owe, you always owe.
Yep, here it is. 2.4 billion is what they owed. Um, let's see. Oh, here's a good one. How much money do Ukrainian refugees get in Canada? $3,000 per adult per month. My brother-in-law is on disability. He gets $1,100.
Yeah.
Right.
So 2 billion.
And they'll send them to nursing school
So
or university,
They
which
owe
we
2
pay
billion,
for.
over
yet
2
they-
billion.
and yet they've
2.4.
been given over 140 billion,
Yep.
Yes, over 140 billion. I knew it was more than 75. Yes.
and they
Um,
couldn't take 2 billion out of that to pay off
This
their
is
debt
what
for
I'm
their-
saying.
No, I saw a
Yeah.
number of 380 billion somewhere. I don't know if that's correct, but
Oh.
it could be.
Well, that sounds actually more like it, Max. I knew it was a way bigger
That
number.
makes, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know
I
where. I
think
just saw
you're
that a
closer
minute
to
ago, and I can't seem to find it.
Yeah, I think you're closer to the big number. So I think they could have took 2.1 bill and paid their bill.
They could have, yeah.
But-
They could have paid the
but
whole thing
they
off. That
didn't.
would have been no.
But
Yes.
even if they did, what look, the Russians still have cause for alarm because of the encroachment on their borders. So even
they
if they
do,
did pay, because if they join NATO, even though NATO is not an aggressive force, NATO is not supposed to be offensive, it's more defensive. So
Yeah, okay.
That's-
I
so-
don't believe that, but okay.
but well, supposedly they're not supposed to go into another country unless it's to police it, to prevent bad things from
Yeah,
happening. But
I
the
agree.
thing is
allegedly.
if they don't pay off their debt, they really can't get the alliances they need. Well, even if they did pay back, let's say they did pay the rest of their freedom off, that would just secure their independence to the extent that NATO would welcome them in as a NATO member, and then Russia would be like really on the offensive then, right?
Yeah,
It would be forcing
Yeah.
it would be forcing Russia's hand. So,
right.
Well, they've been
Yeah.
doing that, so
Yeah. So
And
what's
they've
the
been doing
you know.
that.
that's why I wonder: is Russia really an independent puppet, or are they just a puppet? You know,
Right.
right? Because they seem to be being pushed around quite a bit, not agreeing with the system. The gold-backed dollar they're using.
Yep. Gold. Yeah.
I don't know.
Gold-backed money.
I think we've looked into Vladimir Putin, and most of the time we see pretty horrible stuff when we look at these politicians. I'd have to go back and find that or redo it. Take a look at him again, see what his mind's filled with.
Elderberry says they're trying to burn out, bomb, and destroy so they can rebuild and make money for the already rich.
Well, yeah, BlackRock has already made contracts for the rebuilding. They set up a banking system for them. Gee, what a convenient thing to have, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Set up by BlackRock. Oh my God! And so now BlackRock is not only trying to own all property, all assets, all businesses, and everything. Now they're going to try to own the monetary system.
Well, yeah, because it's, the NWO and
Yeah.
all will be one world religion.
I wonder what the Fed thinks of this. Yeah, we know the end goal. I
Yeah.
wonder what the Fed thinks of this, if they're willing to give it up. Now, who's the major shareholders in BlackRock? That'll make a big difference too. So we probably have, everyone from the Bilderberg and WEF and all them as major shareholders. So
Well, I think
one way or another. See, these people are crafty. They have
Oh, yeah.
multiple ways to get to their goal, and they're taking all kinds of routes. And you can see that that's just seems to be maybe another one, you know?
Well, it's occurring to me now that because America always goes and sticks its nose in everybody's business, always claiming we're doing it for peace when really they're doing it to take over. I think they don't want this NWO has to do with getting rid of all money backed by gold, diamonds, or anything. And they want it
Yeah.
all to be debt, 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 debt. Because American money is only backed by debt. So if your money is backed by something real and solid, you're going bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Choke
it's
that
gotta
down.
be. Yeah.
What you looking at, Teresa?
Well, they're saying the U.S.-Ukraine relationship serves as a cornerstone for security, democracy, and human rights in Ukraine.
Oh
And
my
the
God.
yeah, we will continue to support Ukraine and its efforts to advance its Euro-Atlantic aspirations and to restore and secure Ukraine's internationally recognized borders. And then they go on to say they want to see them to be market stabilization.
Who's
Yeah,
this article from?
this, this is actually from the United States government website.
Oh yeah, I just pulled up the Canadian one. I just pulled up the Canadian Ukraine relations. Same thing. We want to support their democracy. Make sure that they're, oh my God, yeah. So now it's in our legislation too, eh? That's just horrid.
While the U.S. has sent the most aid in total dollars, Ukraine's neighbors are contributing the most on a per GDP basis.
Yeah, and Trudeau, after he sent a big buttload of money, went over to Ukraine to go collect his big bag full of money and come back.
Okay, now this might shed some light on it.
Probably went for a vacation to Cuba.
This is coming from the Business Documents government's website. It says in 2019, of the $1.3 billion in imports from Ukraine, U.S. receives, this was as of 2019, 1.3 billion U.S. imports from Ukraine. The top commodity sectors being base metals at 59%, agriculture products at 12%, machinery and mechanical appliances at 9.5%.
Hey, lucky.
Why? Because we don't frickin' manufacture anything of our own anymore.
Yeah.
So we have to depend on everybody frickin' else. And so that to me is more of a reason for the U.S. to be paying so damn much attention. It isn't just about human rights and equality and all
it's
that.
not even about human rights and equality at all.
59% of base metals, 59%.
59 is over half. Yes.
And agriculture products, because our own farms are going under.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
forced under. Forced under like a plow job, yeah.
Yeah. Welcome to the panel, Karen Lynn. How you doing, huh?
Hey, Karen Lynn.
Hi, Karen. Hi, Karen.
Hi, y'all.
How you doing?
Well, it took me a while. Hi.
Took you a while?
Hi, y'all. I'm playing the frequencies in the background.
Oh, good. Yeah. Me too. I have 528 on right now.
I have 528 and 417.
Yeah, that's a good ohm sound. I love it.
Here's what I don't understand, you all. It's really, I just don't understand political financing. But if we owe so many countries money ourselves, and we owe debts to other countries, why are we sending over $11 billion or $75 billion? We send money out to 157 different countries.
Well, because we live in upside down clown world.
Clown
world.
Why aren't we paying off the debts we owe instead of donating money to other countries? Is it because
Exactly.
is it
That's
because we're
right.
too dependent on China and Mexico? Is it because we've sold ourselves out to all these other countries and we have basically no manufacturing industry left?
Well, sold ourselves out. Let's get biblical. Let's get biblical.
We're
Uh,
bribing everybody.
we are the whore of Babylon. We are Babylon. So,
Yeah, we're
yes,
prostitutes.
we're prostitutes. Well, we aren't. Our government is. America is the whore of Babylon, and they're prostituting themselves out for debt.
I know when I was a teenager, I'm 63 now, and I remember as a teenager when Henry Kissinger was so involved in the White House, and he actually said, and I was in the car with my parents, I was a teenager, and I said, "Is this true?" And what he said is, "We don't need to fire the
Oh.
first weapon at you people. All we have to
There we
do
are.
is break you financially." And that's how China and
There you
Japan will
That's him
rule over
back.
you eventually.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's come true.
Yeah.
We owe over $2 trillion to China and Japan.
America is
Like
Or
that number is pretty much inconceivable. Like it's a 2 followed by what, 12 or 9 zeros?
yeah.
Like, you know, how many zeros in a trillion?
Oh my God, I don't
It's a
know.
ridiculous number.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's 9, isn't it, Paula? 9?
9 is in billion.
Oh,
So it 9 would be billions. So it's got to be more.
like 12.
But says there's
Japan
9.
has.
Says there's 9.
Japan,
No,
Let's just say
okay.
that
billion.
it's-
That's billion.
Pi
You won't
r
tell me.
squared, repeating out into infinity. It cannot be solved.
Trillion. How much is in a trillion? It's got to be
Now
12.
this is, you guys, this is pgpf.org. pgpf.org. Investors in Japan and China hold significant shares of U.S.
Yeah.
public debt. Together, as of September 2022, they accounted for nearly $2 trillion, or about 8% of DHBP, while China's holdings of U.S. debt have declined over the past decade. Japan, on the other hand, has slightly increased their purchase of U.S. Treasury securities. Rob Peter to pay Paul. And we're still in $2 trillion debt.
Exactly.
No, but let's give
Peter,
Ukraine another $75 billion. Why don't we?
Let's see. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at a cluster. You know what? That's
Yeah. So, okay. Over here, that's a billion compared to, what is that? 100 million. Okay. So that's a billion compared to 100 million. And they don't have a trillion here, but a trillion is 12 zeros. So that's going to be about the same ratio. So that small little pie there is going to be expanded, well, even greater than that. Like, that's ridiculous. But there
You
are
ever
12
wonder-
zeros.
It's
You ever wonder-
inconceivable. Yeah.
You ever wonder why they say rob Peter to pay Paul? Those are biblical names.
yeah.
Peter was supposedly the good guy, so we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Well, then is Paul a good guy?
I don't know. I was just.
I
throwing it
don't
out
think
there.
so. I don't think so.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like, they're
Wow.
taking from Americans to give to the government. So we are Peter, and the government is Paul. I'm starting to see the Bible as the government's handbook for the end time reset scenarios they keep on.
You, Paula, where the hell have you been?
Yeah.
I've been meaning to hunt y'all back down and get over there and drop my business because I know some shit that people need to know. Yes. I've been
American
studying, researching, and I'm ready now to get back over there on that channel and spread what I know.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
So, yep.
Yep.
Okay. Going to move on to another article. Let's see, where are we here? There we are. So last night I didn't make it to class, and there's a reason for that. I went out last night for dinner, and I took off my protection.
I didn't even touch my
because I
camera.
wanted to dress nice for dinner.
Mhm.
By the time I got home, I was zonked. My body just basically shut down. I had enough energy put into it. I couldn't take it, and I just passed right out until 10
See,
o'clock this morning.
see,
So
I'm telling you,
I
they're
got
putting
wiped out last
something.
night too.
They're
Sorry,
putting
Paula.
something in the food that is making you more hungry more often, and
So
it's making you tired.
yeah, okay. So here we are. We've got an article from Arthur Furstenberg. Seabirds' last refuge. All over the earth, symbols of freedom and joy have been disappearing, and unless we stop killing them, they will never be more enliven our skies with and imaginations. There are terns, seagulls, gannets, other puffins, blah blah blah, owls, graybigs. He goes over a list of birds, vultures, all of them vanishing from the landscapes of our homes, forests, seas, coasts, and mines. It rarely makes the news, and a world grown accustomed to an ever dwindling resource and diminishing life has not been paying attention. The warning of a silent spring sounded 60 years ago like a trumpet blare has shrunken from a year round emergency to almost meaningless ritual of Earth Day, celebrated just once a year. Well, last spring, during May, June, the world was awakened to shocking tales that heart-rendered photographs of dead seabirds littered their breeding grounds all over the northern hemisphere. Nowhere so vividly as the De Patten Nature Reserve on the island of Texel in the Netherlands, where the corpses of sandwich terns littered the ground as if they had fallen dead out of the skies in mid-flight. Ornithologists and bird conservation organizations reflectively said to themselves and the world, "This must be the bird flu." As they dressed in
The bird
hazmat
flew. Oh, I have to crack a joke. The
as
bird, the
Flew over the
bird
cuckoo's nest.
flew. They
right?
were flying and fell out of the air. Bird flew. Okay, I'm done.
As they dressed in hazmat suits and masks, they wandered amongst the avian graveyard with their specimen collectors and testing equipment while ignoring the obvious signs to the contrary. Bird flu, they pronounced, is so contagious and deadly that it travels around the world in days, spreads like water between species, kills entire colonies in weeks, while ignoring the fact that two Dutch colonies of sandwich terns just 20 miles apart during the same breeding season had completely different outcomes. That's interesting.
Yeah,
Water
that's
duddeds, whose 7,000 nesting birds were completely wiped out, and yes, Yerskimore, whose smaller colony suffered zero mortality. That in France, 3,000 sandwich terns at Platier-Odier were entirely killed, while thousands of pairs of sandwich terns at Polar de Sabato to Pole had no disease at all. That bird flu was an autumn and winter disease and had never been before known to occur in spring or summer, and that it had never before affected so many different kinds of birds at once. But this was not bird flu.
I got to get biblical again. They're going to keep killing all the birds. There ain't going to be nobody to peck at the corpses like it says in Revelations. In Revelation.
Right. It was not bird flu. It was radiation sickness from cell towers, as documented in my newsletter of July 28th, 22. 18 new 4G antennas had been had been added to 3 cell towers located at Depatin within the territory where the birds were breeding, just days before they began dying. And a large number of other antennas and towers were aimed at the reserve from across a busy shipping lane whose traffic made heavy use of those antennas. Well, Yesiki Moore is host to no cell towers as far as few antennas and has far fewer antennas aimed at it, and is in an isolated location, not near a major port, and not on a shipping lane. Similarly, France, dozens of new 4G, 5G antennas had just been added to the towers near the reservoir reserve at Platière-Odier, located near the port of Calais, while the polder, the Sebastopol, is an isolated island with no towers, few human residents or visitors, and far from any shipping traffic. 1 year later, in August 22nd, 22, researchers were astonished to find 600 pairs of sandwich terns, at least some of whom had come from the colonies that had been wiped out, and decided to try again. So late in the season, they had laid their eggs, raised at least 300 young birds successfully during July and August in a new location on Texel Island, a beach at the Prince Hendrik Sand Dyke, owned by the Water Authority. Hugengraafs, Holland's, oh my goodness, Noorderwater, whatever. And this spring in 2023, the Prince Hendrik Sand Dyke is filled with almost 3,000 breeding pairs of sandwich terns. While a second reserve, the island of De Bielek, in the oh my goodness, Hargenveld, has more than 2,000 breeding pairs. These 2 colonies and 5 smaller colonies total about half the number of sandwich terns of previous years. They are thriving. But all of last spring's disastrous breeding grounds, many of which had been breeding grounds for this species for years or decades, have been abandoned. It is striking. The areas with colonies that were heavily affected by bird flu last year remained vacant this year, including those of Waterdundon and these other places. Now everyone is assuming that the birds nesting successfully this year have acquired immunity from the H1N1 virus. But the areas chosen this year by the sandwich terns are lower radiation levels. The Prince Hendrik Sand Dyke, the only breeding ground for these birds this year on the island of Texel, is the quietest, least visited beach on the island. The nearest antenna are about 3 kilometers away, and because of the small number of visitors and ships, they are little used and emit little radiation. Sorry, they're used and emit little radiation. Sorry, losing my tongue there. Likewise, De Bielek in the Haringvito is an island with no people, no antennas, and is closed waterway visited by few ships. Another anomaly not explained by researchers is the fact that removing all the dead birds from the colonies last year increased mortality. Last year, it appeared that the collecting carcasses in colonies had a negative effect on the further spread of the bird flu, wrote Odessa Landgrave on May 12th of this year. In other words, leaving virus-infected carcasses to rot on the breeding grounds decreased the spread of the disease, while removing them increased its spread.
What?
Okay, that's illogical. That's illogical.
Yeah, what the heck?
No. I thought that's what you were saying, and my brain was smoking. I could see it coming on my ears. The hell? Hell. That's ass backwards.
Well, why didn't all these other colonies just collapse and fall out of the skies? That's my question.
Because
what happened to them, eh? Well, let's
they're
go on
only
with
targeting, they're only targeting the certain birds.
So
Yeah,
certain
maybe they're
species.
testing.
Yeah, well, let's
they're
go on
testing
here.
Yeah,
He's
let's go
targeted
on
testing
so
them.
my ears can smoke some more.
No, Paula, you might be right. They might be target testing
Mhm.
certain technology on
Oh
That's
yeah.
what
Well,
I'm
just
certain gene
saying.
strands.
when you
Yeah.
turn them on, they have a
That's,
hell of a oomph to them.
that's what I'm
Um,
saying.
and they turn them on once, and then they leave them on. So, and the birds aren't nesting in there. I guess because of all the COVID or bird flu left on the ground, they're just saying, "Oh no, let's not go there.
Uh,
See, there's bird flu." That's what it is. Okay,
Well, if
so
that's what they
let's
were
read
going
that
for,
again.
they
Let's read
should have
that
wrote that
again.
article different.
Let's read that again, just to blow Paula's mind here. Another
Yes,
anomaly not
please.
explained by researchers is the fact that removing all the dead birds from the colonies last year increased mortality. Last year, it appeared that collecting carcasses in the colonies had a negative effect on the further spread of bird flu, wrote Odessa Longeva on May 12th of this year. In other words, leaving virus infected carcasses to rot on the breeding grounds decreased the spread of the disease, while removing them increased its spread. No one is considering that teams of workers removing the carcasses on a daily basis were all carrying and using mobile phones, which not only were emitting
oh,
radiation
God.
themselves, but were forcing all the cell towers on or near the site to be continuously active. It bears repeating that influenza, whether in people, animals, or birds, has never been demonstrated to be a contagious disease. In 1918, at the very height of the Spanish influenza, attempts by medical teams in Boston, San Francisco to demonstrate the contagious nature of the flu met with complete resounding failure. Such experiments in humans were published in the Journal of American Medical Association, the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal, and public health reports. Such experiments in horses were published in
Uh-huh.
Veterinarian Journal.
Uh-huh.
Chapter 7 and 8 of my book, The Invisible Rainbow, A History of Electricity and Life, which you all should look up and share the knowledge of, are devoted to a complete, detailed examination of the history and science of influenza. Chapter 16, the longest chapter in the book, is devoted to the effects of electromagnetic radiation on birds. I suggest
I
that all
have the
bird.
book, but
I
I'm afraid
suggest.
of losing my channel for
I see.
sharing it.
Yeah. I suggest that all bird conservation organizations should acquire my book and read it carefully. I received reports from observers around the world about birds disappearing from sea coasts after cell towers are built on them. Just yesterday, for example, this email came from Manju Caro writing about a new Verizon tower on a quiet cape in Florida. I went to Cape San Bias, Florida last week, sometime between April 2022, and before June 11th, 2023. They added a cell tower to the Cape. Granted, there are two nearby, but not directly on the Cape. I've gone there 5 times since 2020. The Cape has only homes and some small shops, no hotels. On all the beaches, I've been able to. There are many birds on the beach. For the first time on the beach, I didn't see the little sandpipers and the other birds. They usually run on the beach when the waves go out and peck at the bugs. I mentioned it to a resident, and actually they realized the same thing. They just hadn't noticed. Of course, on a day when I realized they only had 2 birds all day, I immediately thought of the new tower. So,
Yeah, I have The Invisible Rainbow and another book like it, but I'm afraid to share the information because I don't want to lose my YouTube channel. If
But
we
see,
hadn't have gotten our right to speak taken away, I'd be
yeah.
on it.
As far as I know, I'm only limited to talking about the vaccine. Yeah, apparently the government says it's good for you still. So, but anything else I can talk
you
about,
know,
I
this
can
thing
talk
about the
about this.
birds, I was aware that they were testing the effects of electromagnetic energy waves on their sonar, their
Hmm.
direct sense of direction, because they can change a whole flock's direction by emitting certain pulses, or they can
Yeah.
also totally mess them up and send them disperse them, and it can
Yeah.
cause them damage. They can fly into trees,
Well, imagine a
walls.
poor little bird
Right.
flying through a 5G signal, a directed beam
That's
5G signal.
yeah, that's
It's just going to hit the ground. It's going to get dizzy. Its eyes are going to glaze over. It's going to hit the ground. Like I'm lucky.
And there,
I'm walking. When I get hit in the basement, I'm walking and I start to feel myself go over, and I can move
now.
out of the area. But that's not being hit with a 5G blast. You
This
know.
might sound strange to you, but in the 1980s, it was around the mid 1980s. My company was working on a software development program for the aviation uh, Department of Aviation, and it was the Bird Strike program. The Bird Strike program was
Mhm.
a software system as part of our radar to because birds were flying into the propeller systems, taking out engines, or they would strike
Mhm.
the windshield, and so many of them would strike the windshield, they'd crack the windshield. So we had this bird strike program, and part of that back then
Junkyard.
involved the ability to use some type of sound defense system that would put signals out ahead of the plane's path so that it would affect the bird's flight to deflect the birds and send them off in different directions. And it was sold under the guise of, well, it's better for the birds. It protects the birds from destroying themselves, and it
Well, it
protects the
protects the birds
planes.
from flying into planes, but they go drop dead on an island somewhere because they
That's what
were
I'm saying.
deterred
Jesus.
unnaturally, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And I wasn't even thinking about that back then.
Wow.
I
Yeah.
was just testing software and
So,
writing
Yeah.
quality procedures.
And,
I didn't know anything.
so that's
yeah.
what you were saying. Exactly. I was right. I got in there in your head and I saw what
Yeah.
you were saying. Awesome.
Birds' skulls are not thick like ours. Like we have a lot of protection against a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
Like our skin, our bones, like our
Well,
skulls are much
no.
thicker. Like that would just mess with a bird.
Well, now we have to talk about the magnetic North Pole, the electromagnetic
What you said.
North Pole, and how they're claiming that it's shifting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's
Is it, or are they doing it with the technology Sister Teresa
that's
just told
good
us about?
possibility. Yeah. What about CERN? Is that helping to shift the magnetic pole? And they have
Oh,
other
I'm sure.
colliders. That's not the only collider they have.
Well, and then there's that ancient mess over there at Antarctica that's, I'm sure, pulling a whole bunch of mess too.
Maybe.
Remember, we talked about that recently somewhere on somebody's channel.
Yeah,
I thought it was.
that antenna array they have in the ice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a
Yeah.
harp system. Basically, it looks like a harp system in the Antarctica, um, and it's
Yes.
huge. It's huge.
It's
And
massive.
there was a guy talking about it, and he doesn't. That was actually it was on the Alex Jones show too, as well. He doesn't know exactly how they power this thing. There seems to be other power systems so that they can up the power to this antenna array. So it's basically like a harp thing. Hi, James. So yeah, that's a terrible thing. And they could have a nuclear generator up there pumping out huge, vast amounts of power, cause earthquakes and other earth phenomena.
Hey, John, Loretta's got some interesting questions in here. She's
Sure.
talking about shielding her home.
Yeah.
she brought copper mesh and graphite to mix in paint to ground her home,
Mm-hmm.
but we are still renting. And then she said, I do want to block the radiation from our smart meter. And then
Yeah.
she said, would foil be enough?
Yeah, you can put like a picture frame even up with foil on the back, and that'll deflect it back out. Absolutely. Yeah, that you can buy paint systems too, where they have a grounding wire that you paint right into the wall, and that makes it like a Faraday cage as well. I want to get some paint
Yeah.
and do that because that will absorb all the radiation. just metal will absorb some and deflect the radiation. But if you have it grounded somehow, it'll actually absorb it and take all the energy and put it into the ground. And you can use like an antenna system in your house or anything really that's grounded out, metal wire, even over your windows and stuff like that. You just put a grounding wire to it, and that should nullify it completely.
Yeah, she mentioned the using the copper to ground it.
Yeah.
We were talking about all these techniques on digging deeper on our last episode of Digging Deeper.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys look at that program, it's on Karen, Queen of Quartz Crystal Network, the Digging Deeper Part 1. John and Dalibor go into the different ways you can shield your bed, your sleeping area, the fabric, clothing, everything he's covered here. On Max Vision, he covered again on Digging Deeper, and Dalibor added some things there too. It was good tips.
Yeah.
Good tips.
Yeah, that was my mistake last night. I went out for dinner without any protection on.
Yeah, that's what you said.
And,
you didn't have your hip.
Didn't have my shirts on. I didn't.
Ah.
I had two hip clips, so I wasn't getting dizzy or toothaches or anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, it just knocked me out. I wasn't wearing my shirt. Started feeling like kind of achy. You know how when you're sick, you get an achy feeling all over?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that hit me. I sat down, and that was it. I was out. Lights on, computer on. That was it. Out.
When I'm sleeping at night, I shut the router off.
Yeah.
And I've been turning my phone off here lately.
Yeah, I have the router far away from me, and I have it hardwired. I use a wire instead of the wired, like instead of the wireless. So I actually have a cable that runs from my router to my computer. That way I can listen to frequencies at night. I like to listen to 528 and 432 when I sleep. And one of the best ways is on YouTube. But yeah, got to keep the frequencies out of your room when you're sleeping for sure.
James Ortiz, I did a lot of paranormal investigating, and we had EMF meters, and we would go through these old buildings that are out of code now, or even old homes where people were feeling like something was after them, or they felt a presence of an entity, or they felt something was out to get them. And lots of times it was EMF signals causing them to become sick. Some of them would get nauseous and vomit. Others would feel like they were seeing an apparition, and they may have been. But when you clear that up, that problem goes away. He said he moved away from an electrical box that was on his wall, and he felt better. His health improved.
Yeah.
So, you see, check the wiring in your homes. Like my townhome was built in 1983. It's not up to code anymore, and I was having heat on the walls of my living room, and I smelt smoke. The wires were burning inside the wall of my townhouse, and I didn't realize it.
Were they aluminum?
I think so. And my neighbor, who was an electrician who lived across the street, I called him over and asked him to check it for me. And the entire living room wall, one whole section, has 2 outlets on it on either side of that shared wall. And the wires were melting inside of the wall.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, we had a problem back in the 70s. They started using aluminum wiring, and it caused a lot of problems because it decays quickly. And when you're running a lot of power through it, it gets hot, and then it can start fires.
Yeah, but even with the whatever plastic, whatever rubber they put on the outside of regular cords, that still will melt and start a fire. So
yeah. But you can get an EMF detector. You can get it on the phone, right?
Yep, you can use one on your phone. It works it works good. You know, you can go around your house and find the areas that have the highest amount of radiation. I like to use the
Mhm.
ElectroSmart. It takes a while for its readings to catch up, but it's a pretty good one. Other ones work as well. Your phone will work as a radiation detector.
Yeah.
It is
And I
designed
did
for
my
that.
whole upstairs,
Hmm.
and I found the back room at the very back of the hall. One corner of that room was giving off really high EMF readings.
Yeah.
And it's a shared wall with the townhouse next to me, and we're supposed to have cinder block in between each unit.
Hmm.
Well, this has a big gap in it because I can hear a lot in that corner room of what's going on in
Yeah.
his other room, which is the corner of his bedroom next door. And so there's a big gap in there. And he had put in a new lighting system in his bedroom.
Oh wow.
And he was doing something with the wiring, and that was the only place in the whole house I was getting those EMF spikes. And it just so happens I was getting the heebie-jeebies whenever I went back there. Yeah, because I thought there's something in here, and it ended up not being that at all. It ended up
Yeah.
being that electromagnetic signal. But we got
Yeah.
it straightened out. We got some insulation in there. But
Yeah. Wow.
it's
Yeah, that's
this stuff
crazy.
really affects you. Yeah.
Yeah, even at my work, I've found spots where I know there's less EMF radiation, uh,
Yeah.
and I can actually move my work around, so it's kind of convenient. And I can find spots in my shop that have far less radiation than near the windows and stuff. And yeah, you can do that at your house. You can do it at your work. Um, I've done it pretty much everywhere to find the hot zones.
Now, with these trailers, like a RV or
Hmm.
coach, he's taught Thoughts mentioning in the house I live in is like a cardboard box, really like an old trailer house.
Yeah.
You can line those now with the foil, right, John?
Oh yeah.
As part of the siding, if you can
There's
afford to do
insulation
it.
too. There's
Yeah.
you can get a layer of insulation that has
Yep.
fiberglass on one side and metal on the other. So yeah, there's lots of good solutions for that. Yeah, and then you can ground it out. If it's metal, if it's aluminum, you can just ground it out. Just sand off a spot, attach a wire to it, and ground it out.
Absolutely, Toth. Yep. I figured that out myself through years of investigations, and we
Yeah.
learned all about that. Yeah. So it's no surprise to me. And,
Yep.
and the minute I found out about these towers, I was like, "Are they kidding?"
And they're
And they're
putting up the
putting it in the
small cell
schools.
too.
They're putting it in the schools.
Yeah, they did that over the pandemic when the pandemic shut everything down. The All the installers were working like crazy, putting them in schools. They put up a cell tower right next to an old age home in my city.
Now, is it true, John? Have you heard? Now, I've heard this, but I don't know if it's true. Or I guess it's true to some people, but I heard that as the human body matures, and in the formative years, the earlier, more formative years of our youth, we have a certain resiliency, but the brain, we haven't built, or we don't have the fluids within our system at the right levels to help regulate and balance out some of this energy the electromagnetic energy in our brains, and our
Mm,
heart is one of the most highest levels
yeah.
of so, but when we get older, we've built up resistance within the chemistry within our bodies, and we're stronger. And so the
I,
EMS signals might not affect us like they do our youth. Have you heard anything about the difference in ages in terms of the effects of EMF?
no, but I do have some thoughts on that though.
Uh
Hi,
huh.
can I?
We were not raised or born into the same electromagnetic soup that they were. So when they were being formed, this soup was pounding them as they're being born. And it could be one of the reasons we have so many autistic children and other
Ah,
diseases, in addition to RFK Jr.'s summation on it. But I think this agitates a lot of kids and causes a lot of problems. And they've randomized it, right? They make sure that no signal ever repeats. They're not using a constant repeating level or pattern, right? So it's always going to disrupt, whether we're old or young, I
Uh-huh.
think. It's
Yeah.
always going to disrupt. If it was a pattern that stayed at a constant power level, we might be able to get used to it. If the signal kind of had an even tone to it, which they could do, um, it would probably be able to get used to it. But it seems that they just run the power level up and down all over the place, which they know has an ill effect on our body.
Right.
They run the signals up and down, ensuring that they're randomized so that you can never get used to them.
I
Or they
want
might
to
be just
bring,
randomized by their nature, you know?
I think
yeah,
Loretta and Sue, you were spot on here.
I want to bring up that in
Mm.
2018, in case Teresa doesn't know, me and my husband had the vid, but we didn't know what it was. He had it for a month, I had it for 2 months. And a year later, I had a heart attack in March in 2019. And what are we finding out about the medicine for that? That
Mhm.
it can cause it. And then we find out that the vid can cause it. And so
And the towers can
the
cause heart attacks, strokes,
towers, the
psychotic episodes.
towers.
How about psychotic episodes? Because the
Yes.
towers
Yeah.
can cause that as well. I've
Mm-hmm.
played a video for you guys many times, I think 3 or 4 times, of a lady speaking in front of Congress, a doctor, talking about PubMed reviewed papers on how these wireless technologies can cause psychosis and pretty much every other disease that we experience now. It's
Yes.
it's a
And
horror
we,
story.
me and him were arguing a lot back then, too.
Mm.
We were
Yep.
arguing a lot back then.
Yeah,
Yes.
a lot of common times when they like to raise the power level are during dinners, like dinner time, so you're home with the kids. Around 8 to 9 o'clock when you're putting your kids to bed. 11 o'clock, and usually around 2, 3 o'clock they like to wake you up to go pee. So that's a fun one that'll disrupt your sleep. Good cure for that I have found is metal sheets, metallicized sheets. You can buy them online. You can buy metal fabric, wrap your bed up in it, ground that out, and you'll stop waking up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I
And
never had a
Toth,
heart attack before that.
Toth, they do use sound frequency healing modalities to calm down people that have psychotic episodes or people that are violent in behavior. But are you saying they were doing this to control them, just to make them follow just any regular inmate or patient in that mental institution? So they were like sedating them with sound. Is that what you're saying? That's just like really freaking crazy.
They can do that to sedate you. They can do it to make you angry. They can do it for anything. They have the
To agitate.
technology.
Yeah.
Yes, to agitate. So, like in areas where people are pillaging, I wonder what's going on
Mm.
in those areas. You
Yeah.
know? Yeah.
Radio frequencies. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, weren't
Oh,
they doing that with our own soldiers in Vietnam, experimenting on them
Yes.
to bring out aggressive behavior in
yeah. We did.
the.
I featured. What was it? Purple mist, or there was an experiment done where they got two tribes in Africa just to go at each other. They sprayed a purple mist over the towns and hit them
Wow.
with frequencies and got them all to go ape shit on each other.
I'm gonna add when you draft people that do not want to join the military, they don't want to go learn how to fight and kill people. So what you gonna do to make them fight?
Well, they used to threaten you
Right?
with death. That's always
Well,
a good.
Yeah.
there's that, but even that's not a good enough. Because I would say, shoot me in the motherfucking head. So what would they have to do? They would have to do what we're talking about now to get
Yeah.
me to kill another fellow human being.
Hmm. Yeah, that could
Yep.
be.
Yep.
It's not like it's new weaponry. I'm sure they've had it for hundreds, if not thousands, of years in various different forms.
Well, I don't want to sound cliche. I don't want you to think I'm naive,
Hmm.
but I do happen to believe in the strength of our own will, and I do happen to believe in the protection of our divine sovereignty. And as long as part of our regimen is a daily routine of just knowing how resilient we can be, we can set up that barrier of protection. And I never got affected doing these paranormal investigations. Only that one time in my house when I didn't know what was going on, I got the heebie-jeebies. But it didn't make me sick to the point where I got throwing up or that I went berserk
Uh,
or got angry or went off the deep end. So I kind of think as divine sovereign beings, we can have that layer of protection, do these things we're talking about, right? Use
yep.
the tools to help block things, but also remember to have that protection so that these things don't. I think the people that are most affected by what we're talking about this past couple of minutes are those that are already emotionally unstable. They're already experiencing multiple problems with bipolar
Hmm.
disorder or psychotic breakdowns. They might be clinically depressed. They all go hand in hand. They might spiritually be really out of balance spiritually. And so they're more vulnerable to the effects of these things. And it's all how you think about it. If you think that these
As
things,
you think it, so it shall be for you. Yes.
Yeah,
right,
these
right,
people always get visits from three-letter agencies a few weeks before they are off
yeah,
on these tirades as well. Kind of makes you think of that purple mist that they sprayed
uh-huh,
over the towns, right?
right. Some people are going to be vulnerable to those things, but I'm
Yeah.
glad we're talking about it because it increases awareness. This is the first I heard of the purple mist.
Hmm.
So now if I see that in my small town, I'll, so it's like it, but I can also make sure I'm protected
Yeah.
through my intent and thought
Yeah.
too.
Spiritual protection, healing yourself,
Yeah,
that is part of it. Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
Absolutely. If I wasn't
We
as
have to take.
spiritually busy as
Go
I
ahead.
have been, if I wasn't as spiritually busy with my own self as I have been, I would not have survived that heart attack. My cardiologist and 6 nurses have no idea how I survived it, much less walked into that
Mhm.
hospital on my own 2 feet. I think this is key. That's why I'm saying it, because it just so happened to happen between a year before 2019 and 2019, right
Mhm.
on time. You know, this is what we have to protect ourselves against. What happened to me? See, my mom was having heart attacks from age 35 until 66 when she died. I was
Cheers,
doing
us.
good. I
Mhm.
never had a heart attack until I had that illness caused by what the hell ever that we've talked about here until a year after. Exactly a year after.
yeah,
March to
yeah,
March.
yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Lucky Stone. Yay. Exactly. As long as we can focus on our own power, we can dilute its effects. We might not be able to top it or stop it, but we can reduce the
Yeah.
negative effects from them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We do expel energy
yeah,
constantly, and you
yeah,
can shed off a certain amount of that
yeah.
spiritually, and healing yourself spiritually is going to have one of the greatest effects, I think. Um,
Strengthen your
so
minds.
yeah,
Know
it's
your
got to be a
worth.
yeah, they take a multi-pronged attack. We've got to take multi-pronged solutions. So
Yes. Strengthen your
Yes.
minds now. Know you're a warrior. Fight
Yep.
it.
Mhm. Yep. Yep.
now that
It
doesn't mean
wasn't
that you
easy,
can
but I did
pray
it.
and stand in front of a microwave with the door open, but
No,
you know,
don't. Yeah, right?
do not do that experiment, please.
No, please.
They're
Do
sending
not
they're
try
sending
that.
enough microwaves at you anyway.
Exactly. Exactly.
My dogs are in here making a heck of a ruckus.
Oh,
So I
okay.
put myself on mute and I'm like yelling at them.
Do they listen?
Yeah, they both looked at me like, "What's your problem?" You know, and they're back to watching now. They're sitting down more comfortably, but yeah,
Were they
I'm getting a lot of
playing?
right now. Yeah, well, they were barking at kids outside. I have a cattle dog, and she likes to chase anything that moves.
Right.
You know, the
Actually,
Australian cattle dog.
no. This
So
James is saying he saw black helicopters with machine guns. The other day, about 3 days ago, people were mentioning a week ago that they're seeing military Osprey landing in fields and military planes going overhead where they normally aren't going before. I saw 2 military planes circling around my city about 2 or 3 days ago.
Oh God, that's not a good sign.
No, so I didn't put much credence into. Hello, puppy. Do you want some treats? Um, yes, he does. Okay. You want a treat? You want a treat? Mommy's going to give you a treat. Are they responding? But
stop
yeah,
it, John.
I didn't put much credence into, because a lot of these stories can be overblown and stuff. But now I'm seeing it myself. It's kind of interesting, and I'm wondering what's up with that.
Well, where I live, we have military exercises. So I live in farm country in northwestern Maryland, but I'm in the path between
Hmm.
Andrews Air Force Base outside of Washington, D.C., and Camp David, and then further west beyond Camp David. And so we have stealth fire planes that fly right over my back porch.
Yeah.
They're kind of cool to
So,
see. And then we
so you
have,
have a front row seat.
yeah, I just sit back with a drink and
You've
I look
got a
up and
front row seat.
see these choppers flying with machine guns, and now sometimes they're flying in formation, and sometimes you'll see one or two. We'll see the president's chopper go
Yeah.
overhead, and we'll see now. I don't think Biden. We used to
Which
see
one?
Obama. We used to see Obama all the time going up to Camp David. We never saw Trump. He hardly ever went anywhere near Camp David. And then
Oh, okay.
Biden very rarely, but a lot when Obama was in office. And so he would be flying back and forth between the White House and Camp David. So I got some good footage. But it was
Okay.
really cool when the stealth bombers or the stealth jet fighters come
Yeah, I've
down
seen
low.
those fly over us.
You're
Yeah.
right. They move real slow, so they almost look like motionless. They move so slow, and you can really
Yes.
get a good look at
Yeah.
them. But yeah, the choppers, you can see them with the machine guns, and they do military
Hmm.
flight exercises, and they've been doing it for years. That's all I
So
know about
you
it.
haven't seen an increase in activity or anything like that.
No, it's about normal,
Okay.
but here, because I'm in a pathway, it's not abnormal to see it once or twice a week. Yeah, once or
Right.
twice a week we see. Yeah, I'm not seeing it any more than that than usual. But that doesn't mean something isn't happening. It's just
It could be happening while you're asleep.
the Blue Angels do their training exercises, and they put on air shows over in Annapolis Harbor, and so we'll see the Blue Angels fly over too on their way to Annapolis Harbor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so I don't think there's anything going on, at least in my area. That doesn't mean they're not flying to somewhere else and doing something.
Yeah. I was just wondering if this was like a normalization of military craft going ahead. That was a possibility. Possibly dumping some stuff. Who knows?
Hmm.
Maybe scanning, taking records and scanning. Like
Yeah.
apparently, the Canadian military has scanned our devices from planes. So there's that possibility too. They could be looking for devices, tracking us.
Yeah, yeah. Remember, I told you I have filmed those cylinders just floating up in the clouds right here out front of my house.
Yep.
They look like cylinders, and
Mhm.
I'm like, how are they staying there? What's propelling them?
Yep.
Are they drones? How are they powered? You can't see an
Balloons.
engine. Yeah,
Could be
you
balloons.
yeah. Well, I blow them up, and they look like cylinders,
Yeah.
like a jetpack.
Yeah, they're
one on the other.
cylinders.
But they're upright, eh?
But they're upright, and they're just
Yeah.
they're like stationary, hovering over a bunch of trees.
Wow. Yeah.
And then you'll see them float up and move away, slowly. And I'm like, what puts them there? What monitors them?
But they look
And
like
then
they're controlled, right?
Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah. Like
Yes,
it's not
like
just
a-
random flight like a balloon
like a
or
drone,
something.
maybe.
Yeah. And how does
but
it,
I'll-
how does it stay stationary in the one spot too, right?
Right. I don't see a propeller.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, but I saw a military man talking on TikTok about when you see the balloons go up, it's go time. I'm going to say that one more time. When you see the balloons go up, that means it's go time. Can everybody read between the lines on that one?
Nope. For what?
They're the balloons that have been going across Canada and America.
Okay. What are they going to do?
Well, we've been seeing a lot more activity with trains hauling in war machines and things ever since then.
Well,
Like
do you
we
think
were
it's
just talking about.
Do you think it's
Yeah.
for an attack on us or a fake
I
alien
think the balloons
invasion?
were the sign that was given to the military quietly that it's go time.
To put in martial
Loretta,
law or
Yeah, martial law likely. That'll be the
Okay.
first thing. Yes.
that's what I wanted to
Loretta's-
get to. What was going to happen?
Loretta's
Go
seen
to
them too.
wartime.
Okay.
Yeah. And we all know that starts with martial law.
I think they're either canisters to release something into the atmosphere, or there's some type of measuring system to measure what's in the atmosphere. Maybe after they've released contrails, because they hover at different heights. Now, the first one I filmed was right over the tree line out front of my house. The next one I caught was at a 45-degree angle, much further away and higher up in the atmosphere. And then I saw one at another 45-degree angle to that second one. It's like a step system.
Yeah.
So there were 3 altogether, and they were at different altitudes and different in angles from one another, just stationary. So they're either emitting something that you can't see, or they're measuring something. That would be my guess. That's
a
just
lot of them are.
guess.
They claim a lot of them are weather balloons, which would make sense. You use
that
release
look
a
like
balloon
cylinders.
and
Jeez.
see. Sure, why not? Be a good shape.
Yeah.
You'd catch a lot of wind with that. You think it would move quite well, but you're saying it's stationary. That's who knows what
It's
kind of weird
stationary
things
until they
have.
move off, and when they move off in formation.
That's weird.
So I know they're controlled.
Yeah.
And I have filmed it a couple times. So that's the only thing I could come up with, is that
Yeah.
they're either putting something out there or they're measuring something.
Yeah, I thought that with the Chinese balloons that went over Canada. I thought maybe they probably had a payload because they were so large, but they claimed that the amount of technology in there was sufficient weight. But I don't know. Some people analyze the size of it, and they say it could hold quite a bit more weight than they were proposing. So who knows? They could have had something in there, or other than just the technology, the spy technology. Wouldn't be that hard to put some powder in there and have it released.
Yeah. Hey, London.
Hi, London. Good to see you, buddy. You want to come up? The link's up top there.
London, man, please come on.
I gotta check out. I gotta stretch out and check out. I gotta let these dogs out. maybe if I have time, I'll come back in later.
Yeah,
but
give them some treats.
It's cool hanging out with you. Since we
nice to see you again, Teresa.
Good to see
I
you,
will get
Teresa.
the treats now that you've pumped him up for it. Look at her ears going up.
Oh,
Show us the puppies. Show us the puppies.
can we
Okay,
see the
I'll try.
versus?
I'll try. Let's see. Come here, Ruby. Come here. Let's see if I can pick her up on camera. Come here, Ruby.
You
Up,
want
up,
some
up.
treats?
Come
Who
here.
wants treats?
Who wants treats?
Max
Hey?
is a
Who wants
troublemaker. Oh,
There.
look at you. Aw.
Thank you.
That's Ruby. And then if you say to this one, can you see over my bed? Treats.
Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah.
Who
Who
wants treats?
You
wants some treats?
Who wants treats?
little
Who wants
cutie.
some treats? You a good boy?
Yeah.
Who's a good boy?
Aw.
That they're both girls. That's JC.
Oh, who's a good girl? Who wants
That's
treats?
JC. Yeah.
I see the tail going like mad.
She likes treats. Yeah. And this one does too. This is Ruby. Now Ruby's mine, and
Awesome.
JC belongs to a friend, and so she's having a weekend stay over, a long
just-
weekend stay
Just
over.
a visit.
Yeah,
That's cool.
but I do need to let them out because I jumped on here unexpected because I was running around. But it's good to spend time with you all. I hope you all have a terrific afternoon
You
and a
too.
good
Thank you.
week.
You
A
too.
good
Thanks
week
for
coming
coming
up. Have a good week coming up.
All right. Hope
All right.
we'll be on.
Yes.
Hopefully on for next weekend.
Much love.
Absolutely. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I think we just needed to sync it up with Marcia's time.
Okay.
You know.
Yep.
All right. Love you. See you
All right,
later.
Much love. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah. So let me show you guys. We'll move on to our next topic here.
Oh, joy.
Everyone's going to love this. This is a good one. So we went from balloons to let's go to Pentagon testimony about UAPs. Here we go.
Oh, joy.
The reports that we have are actually historic reports that are
Isn't that
narrative based.
great? Now
So that
now we're
percentage will go down
speaking about
just
it
as
in the
a factor
Pentagon.
of
Isn't that
Oh,
awesome?
naughty day.
destigmatization has resulted in more narrative reports.
And that's the object we're looking at right there now, right?
That's it right there.
Okay.
Let's see if I'm
Um,
sharing that. Yep. Okay. So
Last
here
year's
you go.
report also said that of those 144, 18 of them reportedly appear to exhibit unusual flight characteristics, appear to demonstrate advanced technology, and some of them appeared to remain stationary in winds aloft, move against the wind, maneuver abruptly, or move at considerable speed without discernible means of propulsion. That's pretty intriguing. And if
Teresa
you're able to
was just
answer this
talking about
in
that.
this setting, are we aware of any foreign
that, Paul?
adversary
Teresa
capable
was
of
just
moving
talking about the one with
objects,
no propulsion, just
without
kind
any
of
discernible means of propulsion?
Yeah. That's why I
I
thought
think
we'd
I
go
would,
to this one right
without
after.
discernible means of propulsion, I would say that we're not aware of any adversary that can move an object without discernible means of propulsion. The question then becomes, in many of these cases where we don't have a discernible mean of propulsion in the data that we have, in some cases, there is likely sensor artifacts that may be hiding some of that. There's certainly some degree of some like signature management that we
Nice,
have seen
James.
from some of these UAP, but I would caution. I would simply say that there are a number of events in which we do not have an explanation. In which, and there are a small handful in which there are flight characteristics or signature management that we can't explain with the data that we have. We'll continue. Those are obviously the ones that are of most interest to us. Earlier, when we asked about how you avoid technological surprise, the biggest way was collecting this type of data, and by importantly calibrating the assumptions that you go into with how you do that analysis. I'll tell you, within the UAP task force, we have one basic assumption, and that is that generally speaking, our sensors operate as designed. And we make that assumption because many times these are multi-sensor collections. We make no assumptions about the origin of this or that there may or may not be some sort of technology that we don't understand. That's, I think, the key to avoiding
I
technology.
hope everybody's
surprises
having
by
a good laugh at
calibrating those
this.
assumptions.
Come on.
And finally, with respect to the second two videos showing
Oh, I am.
small triangles, the hypothesis is that those are commercial drones that, because of the use of night vision goggles, appear like triangles. Is that the operating assessment?
Some type of drone, some type of unmanned aerial system,
Okay.
and It is simply that light source resolves itself through the night vision goggles on the SL camera as a triangle.
And have we, in order to prove that hypothesis, flown a drone and observed it with that same technology to see whether we can reproduce the effect?
The UAP task force is aware of studies that have done that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Well, that's the size it'll go.
Dr. Winstrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Mark.
Thank you all for being here. My first question is, through this process where there's been sightings, have the sightings been stationary,
Yeah,
or
I
have
think
they
so,
always
Tom.
been sighted from a moving object?
Well, nobody. Can
From
you
a
guys hear this
plane
okay?
Or a ship that may be moving? Have these
I can
reports
hear
ever
it,
come from a
and folks
stationary
is right.
object
It's
being observed?
all man-made
in the
crap
sky?
by this point.
The UAP task force does have
I
reports.
agree.
From,
I just thought it would be fun to touch on that after Teresa mentioned the craft in the sky not moving. But yeah,
Yes.
so that right, Toth, right? Making people afraid of that stuff so they can increase their military budget in order to weaponize space. Exactly. You know
Yes.
what? When you think about it, these aliens, they're abducting people. They're freaking abducting people. You know what you need? You need a chip so that so that the aliens can't abduct you. You know. You
Yeah,
need to be
so
tracked.
something
You
like
need to
that.
be.
Yeah.
You need to be under our protection. You know. You need to stay in the cities where we can keep an eye on you and all that.
Yeah, nope. No, thank you. I'll pass.
Thought it was kind of a funny one.
Yeah.
I thought people would get a good laugh out of that.
Yeah, it's just insane that all
I don't-
these years they're like, the people aren't ready. The people aren't ready. Well, let's get everyone on edge for the past 3 years and then throw it at them.
Evolution is not proven, Toth. It's a theory, like all other theories.
Yeah,
I
theory.
believe in minor mutation, but most of the species that are here have been here since the beginning.
Yes.
Sorry, that's my belief.
Yes, they want us to think otherwise. If they're
Yeah.
telling us about it, then it's a lie.
Yeah, I'm not believing that evolution theory. I know it didn't come from cavemen. Cavemen came from us. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, yeah.
At least
And
in my- at
cavemen,
least in my-
seriously. I mean, so they dug out caves to live in them before they learned how to build shelters. That doesn't make them cavemen, that makes them smart. And they would have you think cavemen are dumb.
Yeah. So here's an article about the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. We always trusted these people.
Line runs so deep that his government tried to censor and demand corrections to letters to the editor. It is so crazy. Good thing I have the documents to show you to prove it.
This has to deal with our
A few
censorship.
days ago, I did a video in which I showed you documents from Corrections Service Canada, wherein managers there attempted on at least 3 separate occasions to have Twitter remove tweets about prisoners in federal custody for the crimes of bullying and inaccurate information. And those crimes are the crimes of the
I
Twitter
have
poster,
looked
of
into
course,
it.
and
Everybody
not
has.
the criminals in federal custody. These bizarre attempts to spare the feelings of federal inmates from Twitter comments they probably shouldn't have been allowed to see anyway while in federal custody was revealed in a paper question posed by Conservative MP Dan Albus. And in another previous
funny,
report I
Tom.
did on that same order paper response, we could
You're
see
so
that the
sold out to the
Treasury Board was
system.
attempting to censor the LinkedIn comments of random Canadian citizens. You can see that report and the previous one right now at rebelnews.com. And we're not done going through the Liberals' attempts to censor Canadians online. We have
Back
a
at you,
new
Toth.
order paper response, this time to a question posed by Alberta Conservative MP Rachel Thomas. There are over 350 pages of documents here. And then we can see the Liberals attempting to censor letters to the editor, wherein the public historically has their chance to offer their own opinions on current events. And the Liberal censorship is not bound by minutia or significance or readership numbers. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency demanded a correction correction in a letter to the editor publication, The Ontario Farmer. Now, I don't even care what the correction was for. Letters to the editor are where the public has their say in the free press. And the Liberals were so offended that somebody had their say and expressed an opinion to whatever the government says are true facts that they made an official request to rebut the letter to the editor. Now, this is the carrot and the stick. You see, if you're a member of the mainstream media in this country, you take money from the government for your publication, but then the government gets to control what's in that publication. You know, you've got to give it to the Liberals, though. They are learning. When the Aberhart social credit government tried this in Alberta during the 1930s, that government only had the stick. It was called the Press Act, and it required a newspaper to give the government space to rebut critical things published about the government within the pages of said newspaper. The whole thing ended up in a legal battle, and the law was overturned. And the Edmonton Journal was given a Pulitzer Prize for its strong defense of the free press. Now the Edmonton Journal takes money from the government to do the government's bidding just so that they can keep access to that money. And as for the Liberals, they apparently have time to fact check random letters to the editor and LinkedIn comments, but ministers and officials say they don't have time to read memos about Chinese election interference.
I understand it, going back to the
We still have Chinese
July 20th,
implications in
2021
Canada.
memo from CSIS that indicated that MPs were being targeted by a Beijing diplomat, one of those MPs being Michael Chong. It went to you as the Deputy Minister of National Defense at the time. It was a read only for you. In other words, no other official in your department was authorized to read that memo, but you were on vacation. Is that correct? Okay. And presumably you came back from vacation. And what happened to the memo?
It would have been destroyed through destruction processes. It wasn't lying around as a risk.
And ministers, well, they don't have time on top of the custodial transfers of convicted serial killers like Paul Bernardo.
His office knew on March the 2nd. He expects us to believe that his staff just forgot to walk down the hall and inform him that perhaps the most notorious killer in Canadian history was being moved out of a maximum security penitentiary to enjoy more luxuries and more freedoms in a medium security penitentiary.
Sick.
Finally, he has the power now to designate mass murderers all to go into maximum security prisons. He could have done that weeks ago. Why hasn't he done it? And why hasn't he resigned?
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada lays out a position for political interference, which foreshadows what would get with a Conservative government. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the independence of those decisions. And when I became aware of the fact that Bernardo had been transferred to a medium security institution, I raised it with the Commissioner. I raised the concern, Speaker, in the questions that are posed by the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Canadians know they will get a prescription for political interference.
So to summarize, according to Team Trudeau, a letter to the editor in Ontario Farmer, random comments on LinkedIn, well, those are top priority, but they don't prioritize reading memos from CSIS about boring national security stuff or alerts from Corrections Canada about Paul Bernardo. Easy to make priorities. For Rebel News, I'm Sheila Gunn-Reid.
Just say.
There are nearly 375 pages of these documents to go through to help fund.
So yeah, they're taking they're putting high-level criminals in low-level security penitentiaries. This is you know, it's part of the insanity. And then you know, they're censoring like crazy over these moves they're doing, right? It's ridiculous.
And some criminals, violent criminals, they're releasing back to the streets.
They are, unfortunately, yeah. You know, it's going to be a hellscape for a little while, I think, if they keep doing this until it gets better. But yeah, people should know that they're releasing criminals to lower security penitentiaries, making them like, and putting people out on the streets who had paroles coming up like years and years in the future. They're letting them out because they are on parole, or they have a possibility of parole in years. They're just giving them parole without hearings or that, just putting them right out on the streets.
It's all part of the I
Yeah.
don't know if I can say this, the diminishing of the life on Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, the degradation of society and
Yes,
putting the criminals out on the streets.
to help them do the job, to
Yep.
finish the job. Let's
Yep.
use those words.
And that
To
links
finish the job.
back to the wireless. You know, these people have been in prison. They have been conditioned in prison? Could have they have been hit with some purple dust or something before
Oh,
they leave?
absolutely.
You know,
Something.
something that makes them a sleeper cell ready to trigger. That's what I wonder.
Exactly. Oh, hell no. Husband says purple rain. Holy crap. That's supposed to be a good song, but
Yeah, right.
maybe it's not.
Isn't it about his mother or something? Or his family?
Well, to me, I always took the song as meaning spiritual. Purple rain, as in, crown chakra.
Yeah,
You know, but everything does have a dual meaning here. I didn't know about the purple smoke or whatever until you said something.
if
Just
you
like
believe in
Teresa.
the evolution theory that we came from little amoebas, you're into the brainwashing. You haven't quite beat it all there, Toth. That's going to send him into a rage.
Yeah.
But I wonder if if they could, like they could, quite literally do something to those prisoners before they release them
Yes.
to, make them easily triggered.
Yeah, because they're all pretty easily triggered. So then you turn
Yeah.
around, turn them into a Manchurian candidate, and then release them to the streets.
Well, we've got some when doves cry. That's when doves cry, mother, father. Okay. Not in a rage? Okay, that's good. Don't let yourself get triggered just by different thoughts.
Right.
I was MO for a while recently. They came at me hard. Ooh, with what? Oh, gosh. That sounds horrible. Driving and listen, Karen Lynn. Awesome. Go ahead, Paul.
Oh, no, I was just agreeing with you about not being triggered. And
Yeah. Yeah. Humanity is, in a sense, what was that? Got hijacked. Time to take. Yeah. That's right, Angel. Absolutely. I would agree with that.
yes.
Humans are 10% because of evolving through stuff. Well, there are even gene expression, I would agree with, different genes, different gene expressions. But your chromosomes pretty much stay the same. Um, Color of skin is more of a gene expression than a chromosomal thing. So there's different levels of it too, Toth. Not putting it here. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'd be fine, Mark. Do you have my email? I've put it up quite a few times. I'll put it up again. I talk about just about anything. One thing I can't say. Yeah, so what are the other 90%? You can, hey, Scotty boy. Okay. You gave me the topic. Beware of nano package. Oh, yeah. Well, you can say it in chat. You can say anything you want in chat. It's not being broadcast through my voice over the internet, so you should be able to be fine there.
Over the air waves. Yeah.
Yeah. Nano package. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, Well, there's all kinds of things they can get that to you with. They could do it through aerosols. They could do it through your food, water. Yeah, so many different ways to get packages in you.
And they've already been doing it, so yeah. But I don't think we're only 10% human being. We are still human beings. We're just being defiled with the technology.
Put it in the weed. Oh no, not in my weed.
Well, why else would they make it legal?
I call it purple vein. Yeah, yeah. Screaming in silence. Ah, okay. More words from Purple Rain. So there is a lot more violence and disturbing imagery in that than you think. I remember it being quite a disturbing song. That's what I remember it as. I think any group is.
I don't know if we're thinking about the same song. I don't think that's a line in there, screaming in silence. I don't know. I'd have to go
I
look
don't
up
know.
the lyrics.
Let's look that up.
I'll let you do it this time. My tablet's like been really glitchy lately. It could bounce me out of here if I try to go to another tab and get crazy. I took a chance with the TikTok video. And I quickly
Lyrics
closed
of
TikTok.
Purple Rain. Okay, here we go. Lyrics freak. Never meant to cause you any sorrow, never meant to cause you any pain. I only wanted to see you laughing. I only want to see you laughing in purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. Never wanted to be your weekend lover. I only wanted to be some kind of friend. Baby, I could never steal you from another. It's such a shame our friendship had to end. I only want to see you underneath the purple rain. Honey, I know, sometimes they're changing. It's time we all reach out for something new. That means you too. You say you want a leader, but you can't seem to make up your mind. I think you better choose it and let me guide you to the purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain. If you know what I'm singing about up here, come on, raise your hand. Purple rain, purple rain. I only want to see you in the purple rain. I don't know.
I think it's about
So it sounded like a girl who had a boyfriend that let's go crazy. I'm not going to sit here and read lyrics into groove.
The crown chakra, when you get that, that's the purple rain. But you know,
They're
it could
talking
have a
about it
dual.
as cheating. It was cheating.
Well,
At least that's what I got from it. Sounds like a mantra or a chant. Yeah. Kind of
well,
does.
I mean, it's word magic. Everything's word magic. Everything's a spell or curse or whatever. Yeah.
Oops. All right. I wish Noah was here. He had a video he wanted to share. Are you around, Noah? Are you in the background there?
Are you lurking?
I have another short video to show.
Okay.
So I don't know if any of you have experienced this. I don't go on to Twitter.
Twitter never liked me, so I wasn't there
Here's a
long.
different account. I can tweet on this one. But so it doesn't seem anything wrong with the app. But what I tweet on my Canada Poly account, gone. I can't do it. It just crashes. Here we are back on Canada Poly, and
So Canada Poly is a news site. He does news.
Crashes the app.
Yeah, about Canada.
Poison pill? I don't know. It's probably nothing. I'm probably doing something wrong. But it's weird that I can tweet with other accounts, but not that account. Very strange. Here's CRA speech, and the government is very interested in speech, but they also want your money. They desperately want the money that you make. And so CTV News is reporting Shopify vows to fight CRA request to hand over records from more than 121,000 Canadian businesses. I think it's very interesting the way that the Shopify CEO puts this. He says, quote, "This feels like a low-key overreach to me. We will fight this." A low-key overreach?
Hey, no.
They want all the data from all of your businesses, presumably for 6 years, presumably to go back and make sure that the businesses were above board and reported everything that they said they would, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's not for Shopify to have any backdoor saying at all. It's not low-key overreach. It is spying on the Canadian public. They have no right to that. If they want that, they should contact the businesses, 121,000 of them individually, not one business, not just Shopify. That's not how that works, right? But, I mean, that's low-key overreach to me. Really? Holy cow. So I hope the Shopify CEO is able to withstand the pressure of CRA. And I also hope that maybe, I don't know, he has another outlet, like another headquarters somewhere else in the world, because, you know, if the CRA want to crush you, it seems like they're probably able to do that. Here is public safety. Let's talk about public safety a little bit. In Toronto, it used to be that, I mean, Toronto was a bit of a sketchy place when I was growing up. I remember going down Queen Street. My parents worried about it necessarily, but, you know, be careful. Don't do stupid things. Don't put yourself in stupid situations. Fair enough. But putting yourself in stupid situations doesn't usually mean going into a store, right? And what's happening is people are going to stores and becoming violent. People are going into stores and becoming aggressive in different ways. And not necessarily violent, but aggressive, you know, throwing things around and aggressive. Toronto businesses have started locking their doors. So imagine trying to go shopping somewhere and you have to make a pre-appointment to get in, or show your government ID so you can get in. So they're pretty well assured that you're not going to cause problems and they're not going to have to call the police, and or their private security group that hired your business to get. You guys know how to provide protection to businesses? Like, yeah, all right. Let's go see if there's any businesses that need protection. Hey guys, I hear this is a very legitimate business these days. Okay, here is the Toronto City News reporting on this.
According to a survey that comes just days before the new mayor is elected, and Yonge and Dundas is one neighborhood grappling with some of those complex issues. Stone Harriman runs a computer repair shop on Dundas just east of Yonge Street. His door is no longer open for business.
I keep my door locked out of safety. You know, by appointment only at this point. And notice a lot of other stores are sort of doing that now, where it can, except for restaurants that have to have their door open.
But did you feel this way before the pandemic hit?
No, it's night and day.
Up and down the Heart City, stores are decorated with signs. One reads, "Acts of aggression and violence will not be tolerated." Many no longer have open washrooms. The neighborhood Tim Hortons has removed all indoor dining tables, and this business near the busy Yonge Dundas intersection is now asking customers to knock after several incidents of violence, loitering, and vandalism.
We have to call security a couple times, more than a couple times actually. There's people kicking the door, coming in, like using the bathroom in front of the store. They do a lot of stuff here.
The Downtown Yonge BIA is the first in Toronto to have an outreach crisis team that works full-time throughout the day and is fully funded by the businesses. It began just before the pandemic, but has since expanded and is now working with 8 different agencies in the neighborhood.
And their focus is working with businesses who have somebody who walks into their store who's maybe escalated, or maybe they're agitated, or maybe they're disoriented, or perhaps, you know, they're in some sort of state of disarray. And our team will engage, see how we can assist, see what supports they might be looking for, and provide a way for the business to give a positive or a constructive response to somebody who's stressed.
The Canadian.
A positive. If I'm a customer and somebody comes in and then somebody says, "Are you disorientated?" I'm thinking, "Oh God." I mean, goodness, I need to get out of here. Let's find out how we can help you, sir. Stop throwing the products around. I think my protection agency would be better. Like, here's my associate Gino and my other associate Gino, and they're going to take this gentleman up to the roof and they're going to have a conversation with him. Continue shopping, sir. Right? I think maybe that might be more effective, right? You're not going to bother us again. Or we'll drop you out in a movie, right? But fundamentally, I think the idea that mental health workers going to deal with disorientated people, that's not a word, disoriented people in stores who are causing problems like with aggression and violence, that's the wrong approach, everyone. We're missing something here. There's a reason the mafia succeeded. CTV Atlantic, speaking of the mafia, Nova Scotians will see the biggest carbon tax increase ever in Canadian history when it kicks in July 1st on Canada's birthday. Happy birthday, Canadians! And you'll pay more for everything, according to a group that advocates for lower taxes. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. So it's supposed to be 15 cents more, I think, 15 or 16 cents more for per liter in Nova Scotia on like really close to July 1st, whenever this whole thing kicks in. So that's pretty crazy.
That's going to be
Here's CBC reporting this. Fuel price increase still unclear as new federal regulations set to kick in. Atlantic premiers urged the Prime Minister to delay the implementation of the clean fuels regulation. I'll tell you, today's the 25th, and my birthday is at the end of the week. I like my birthday. It's fun. It's like 6 months away from Christmas every year. It's like every 6 months. It's great. And it's the beginning of summer. And it used to be that my birthday and Canada's birthday were very close. And so I would always joke that the government of Canada was giving me fireworks. But now,
anyway, the point of that is what's happening with these people in stores, and they've got now private security running around, apparently just mental health workers that they've had to hire. The private stores, it's like, what are you, mental health mafia or what? Like, what the hell is going on? Why are people freaking out in stores? Like,
the signal.
Could be. That's one of the things that I was wondering, right? We've been talking about that over the whole show. Why are these people suddenly freaking out and shop owners having to close their doors? Some of them by appointment only.
I mean, they do tell you the truth in movies. You got cell, you got signal, you got, the cell and the signal work together in tandem to make you act like a monster.
Yeah. So, that's happening in Canada. So I'm wondering if they're actually doing that to people, which is probably most likely. Hey, the link's up top there when you get caught up.
The realist.
I want a shroom report, Loretta says. I don't think I think it's a little quick for that, Loretta.
Yeah, you're not going to get a shroom report yet.
Yeah. All right. Now, Noah had a video here, and I think I have it pulled up. Yeah, I do. This wasn't the one was this the one the other night we were over on
London Man?
Cage Reality. No, over on
Cage Reality. Okay.
And he wanted to play a video. I don't think, no, this is not it. But I'll play it anyways. Let's see what we have here. Questions for a criminal government.
I can get someone to do it, yeah. All but one of 270 pregnant women's babies. According to another source, none of them survived Pfizer's injection in 2021. The babies, I should say. We don't know what happens to the mothers. We don't know about the one baby. We should know, but that was the only thing in the government's repertoire that they could have looked at to say, is this a good idea to recommend to pregnant women? Which they did. I've got pictures of proof. I came here last year because I saw an ad, get vaccinated, get boosted. You're at more risk during the winter months, pregnant women. Yeah? That's why I came here. I found out about this study a month later. And I knew I had to come back here because I thought it was disgusting. I thought you didn't advertise it. I wanted the communication secretary. Of course, it's a Sunday. He wasn't going to come out here, but I would nut him. And I think anyone in that building should be. They should vote on it. Otherwise, if it's not him, someone should come out, a man preferably. I'm not going to hit a woman, all right? But if they want to go and put our country under the cosh and get people to take things that are going to cause damage, which they know and they don't care, it's going to cause damage. They should know. If they don't, anyway, this is the crime of the century.
Agreed.
Question mark. Yeah. Find out who, if this child's still alive, what's the condition of the mother. You know, you've got people in that building. You can figure this out. And this is a question. It's a question. Yeah. Call it what else you like. I'm calling it a question. Yeah, hopefully someone will catch it. That's what we're hoping. Someone will catch it, and we'll get to the bottom of this, give you a reasonable time frame, and then we figure out what happens next. Because this is the only scientific thing that says anything about these injections for pregnant women, as far as I'm aware, and killed every baby. Killed every baby. Question mark. Or did you? And how many more?
That's
How
the
many more
question,
have
right?
suffered? How many more have died because you said that was okay? If you didn't know, you should have known. Now you know. Sort it out. And if you keep saying it, this building will fall to the ground. You better stop saying it. Horrid John stain upon humanity, lost 2019 election. He lost it. 20 million extra votes. 15 to 20 million extra votes in that election. 20 million more than the referendum. Which was more popular? Who got out in force? Anyway, 66% voter turnout, they said. 50 million votes. How is that possible? Someone do some numbers, yeah? We've had 3 fake prime ministers since an illegal election. How many other countries have had the same? And what have we
Only
done
3.
in that time?
Oh my God.
You mercenary buggers.
You're doing great.
Answers, please.
I was just watching the video earlier on how, that little 12-year-old girl figured that all the presidents are all related to one king.
Sri Lankan news stations last year.
And they're all a bunch of Canaanites.
So yeah, the government does have questions. It's a little off topic at the moment, but yeah, why? Tell us why. Let's get that question answered. Right?
Right? Oh, they don't love why at all. They don't like that at all. Oh God, what is killing me the most right now is that I grew up in a house where I wasn't allowed to speak the truth, and now I live in a world where it's just like it was in that house with those
Right?
people.
So you're used to it. Should be comfortable.
No, I'm sick to motherfucking death of it.
Well, you should know how to fight against it now, and that's what you're doing. So
Yes.
you knew how to fight against it then, but
You know how you fight against it? You say it anyway.
Yep,
I
you
do it anyway. Yeah. That's right.
Yep.
Don't
Stay
be
with your
down
inner
like a
peace and
little bitch.
sovereignty throughout
Anyway.
this. That's important. You can't fight if you're down.
That's right. You can't fight if you're down.
Mhm. So I thought that was kind of an interesting one.
Yeah.
The stores, related with the stores having their problems. Are we going to have a new mafia? It seems like we are working on it, calling them social workers or crisis workers,
Yeah. Yeah. Workers, actors, whatever. Yeah.
Because the police aren't responding, apparently, or even doing anything about these problems. So if the police are no good, what do you have to do? You have to start paying for security yourself, just like the rich do. So they're pushing us into their system or a different system, maybe paying private security and getting rid of the police.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in their new system, they're really not going to need police because it's going to be just the military.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everyone has their religion, even you, Toth.
I don't have a religion. I'm free indeed.
Well, his belief system. He has
Oh,
beliefs that he's
well,
clinging to.
yeah,
And
true.
I gave evolution a thought, a try. You know, there are some aspects of it that are interesting, but there's much of the ancient world that they hide from us. So that's not really a accurate assessment of what happened in the past. So
Yeah.
you missed the egg throw. Thanks for playing anyway. What is that about? No. This was another day minus 20 minutes long. Okay.
Oh, so no is there,
Yeah. It wasn't the video he was
but yeah.
yeah, he's posted another one. Let's see what this one is here. Okay. It's on a commercial. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the one. I didn't get through it. It's pretty long, but watch a good part of it. Okay. Because it kind of does relate to, well, it does relate to what I do. So this is always a favorite subject of mine.
Princeton University. I was fascinated with this research, but even though I read everything I could possibly read about it, I still didn't really believe it. So I felt like I had to create a project for myself. So if I see it, I'll believe it. And the research I'm interested in is called micropsychokinesis. Psychokinesis is a synonym for telekinesis, which is moving objects with your mind, like bending spoons or levitating.
It's okay,
And there's
Todd.
no
You don't
credible
have to
evidence
defend
that I'm aware
yourself.
of for
Yeah,
bending spoons
just
or
teasing
levitating.
you.
There is a lot of research done in micropsychokinesis. And micropsychokinesis is looking for very small changes in complex chaotic systems. An example of a complex chaotic system is like rolling die. And that brings me to the dice studies. Starting in 1932 at Duke University, there were a series of experiments where they would have a subject roll a die, and they would want to get a certain number to come up, say a 6. And if that 6 came up more than would be probable by chance, that would be considered evidence of psychokinesis. And these experiments went on, and over about 100, there were about 148 studies. Some of them showed results, some of them didn't. But in the 80s, there was an analysis which took all the data for all of these dice studies, which consists of a total of 2 million dice rolls. And there was a 1.2% effect. So, and it's 1.2% over 2 million dice rolls is almost impossible to have happen by chance. And in the 60s, these dice studies were replaced with random number generators. Random number generator is a electronic device. The ones in these studies uses an electronic noise source that converts this electronic noise into zeros and ones, which is basically equivalent to flipping a coin. And they would have subjects who would try to change the output of and make more ones come out than zeros, for example. And the majority of these studies were conducted at the Princeton University Pear Lab, which stands for Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research. And the results here were similar. There were 800 studies, and they had there was a similar effect, around 1%. And the current project, what this project has evolved to at Princeton, called the Global Consciousness Project.
Hey, Desiros.
And it consists of about 100 random number generators all around the world. And these are all connected with the internet, and they're all sending data back to a central server at Princeton. And when an event that unifies the global consciousness, like Princess Diana's funeral or September 11th happens, they look for abnormalities in the behavior of these random number generators. So, and they find them. This is a map of, or a graph of the data surrounding September 11th. And with the black line, there is roughly equivalent to an equal ratio of zeros and ones coming out of these random number generators. And once September 11th, once those events occurred, see there's a very abnormal behavior. And this is a map of the odds against chance of that behavior happening. And you see the data that came in around September 11th is around 1,400 to 1. So my project is called the Consciousness Field Resonator. What it basically is a random number generator and equipment to analyze the output. And it will be in your home, and if it detects anomalous behavior, it will alert you.
Okay.
This is my original Photoshop mock-up.
That's pretty.
And then I used it to create some user studies. This is sort of someone's home, a very, very minimal home, but I'm not I'm not very good at 3D. But I thought there were several possibilities of how the user would interact with this device. First off is it could go off for no reason whatsoever, just by chance.
Okay.
So it lights up and alerts the user. Another probability is that there could be some sort of global events that could trigger the event, that could trigger the device. And you would consider this as evidence for this global consciousness. And since it's not connected to these random number generators all around the world, it's just one random number generator in your home. It can also be affected by local events. So if there's some like highly emotional events
somebody broke
in
up
your
with
home,
the boyfriend.
it could
Hi,
go off.
Deocean.
And the examples I'm using are negative, but theoretically it could also occur with with positive events. So this is my first prototype. I built a small random number generator and designed it to interface it with the computer. And then with the in software, I designed, I prototyped the analysis. But I didn't want this project to be something that lived in your computer. I didn't want you to have a computer on your wall telling you about these events. I wanted, because a computer is something that you use for your email, you use for word processing, you have all these other associations with it. If there was just a device that was sort of a single purpose computer, I think it would be more effective as an object. So if I could get the overhead camera. So this is what I built. It's designed to go on your wall, and it consists of a random number generator here, and it's feeding information back to these two boards, which do an analysis of the output. These are the random number generators coming in. This number is, it's sort of the deviation from normal behavior. If it's around 0, that is normal behavior. And this is the probability that this kind of deviation could occur by chance. So if this probability goes down to 1%, then there's a likelihood that that means you're 99% sure that some outside force is causing this anomalous behavior. And this is supposed to be a clock that will, that counts about how much time has elapsed since the last anomalous event. So if this goes off while you're at work and you have it in your home, then you can come home and you know what time the event occurred, and you can see if it correlates with anything. Now, I can artificially induce an anomaly by rubbing part of the circuit board here.
Okay.
And
easily stimulated, is it?
So it has to go up to about, there we go. So.
All right.
And that's it. Thank you. Oops, I unplugged it. Sorry. Questions?
So it's a spooky event detector.
I'm sorry?
Is that what it is?
No. Oh, I'm going to send an email as soon as I remember. I've got the website up and everything. Yeah. Tom?
So what's the longest you've had it on for then?
I've only had it on for an afternoon, and I put it up in the lounge, and it went off twice at exactly 5 o'clock and exactly 6 o'clock p.m. The only thing I think of is that maybe that's when everyone was getting out of work, and there's some sort of collective sigh of relief. And it's also possible that maybe everyone got out of work and called someone on their cell phone, and the electromagnetic radiation set off this device. This is a very unscientific thing. It's something you have in your home, and you develop a personal relationship to. You develop all these sort of superstitions around it. And that's sort of what I like about it is you get this sort of gut response, this gut feeling about these forces based on your experience with it. And it's not just these scientific papers from Princeton. It's not. It's something more personal.
I don't understand how the sensors are connected to the detector of the random number generator. What can it sense? Doesn't it have to sense something? Like you're rubbing it, but what else?
Well, the random number generator is based on an electronic noise source, which is considered a complex, chaotic system. There's a diode in there that's normally allows electricity to only pass through in one direction.
Yeah,
it's like trying to force electricity through in the other direction. And it's imperfect, so there's a little bit of leakage
activity when
measure
positive or
that
negative things
and use it as a
happen
source
to
of
people
randomness
around the planet as
so
well.
the randomness is being governed
more
by
like a personal level
interactions not only
type
on
of
the atomic
interaction
level,
thing,
but probably
possibly?
the quantum level below. So it's supposed to be sensitive to anything that can what? Sound. It's possible, but I don't know. I mean, this doesn't tell you what is causing the event. It's only telling you that something is going on.
Okay.
And these people at Princeton correlate it with disasters. They cite that as evidence of some sort of psychic force that it's measuring. When I rub it with my finger, I cause all sorts of short circuits, and that's what sets it off.
Okay.
Jeff.
Just as a person building the circuit, have you developed any correlations?
Awesome, D.
In terms of events that, I mean, we obviously found a way to short it to use results, but like, is there any other things that you found just in the process of, I mean, most of us who go to school here know the level of mystery behind just electronic things at times. So how is that played?
I was really hoping that because I built it from scratch, it would just respond to my every thought and but it's no such luck. I did when I had the prototype in software. I noticed that when classes got out, and I was sitting right outside this door in the middle of traffic. Everyone was walking by me, and it went off. And it was I thought that was seems to respond better to collective
large groups
changes in mood rather than individual intention. Chris?
You think we could try to set it off now?
Yeah.
What should we think about?
I don't know.
Think about the light going on. Everybody think about the light going on.
Is that on?
Is the device a sensor or a predictor?
I'm sorry?
Is it a predictor or a sensor?
It's a sensor.
That's a very different thing.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. So the field
psychokinesis is
changes.
not it's not prediction. It's being able to
works
move
in real
objects
time.
with your mind. And in this case, it's moving these subatomic particles around inside this random number generator.
Okay.
So yeah, it's the same as
How much is one of these?
You want to get a 6, you want to get a 6, well, that increase your possibility of getting a 6. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but but it sounds good.
Come up and tell us about it. We use random origin. Okay.
Well, there's a buffer that's filling. It takes about 2 minutes of information. So okay. So now it's reading. Now it's reading legitimate data. So so everyone try to make it go up. You want to get no 2.5 is what you want. Higher.
Hey, it is literally random.org.
Now back to normal. Sigma?
That's too bad.
Yeah, I feel like getting the concept across takes so much energy. It's hard to put it in one sentence. So I've tried to make this as interesting looking as possible. So when people see it, they'll ask about it, and more people will know about it. But yeah, I want skeptics to own it, and skeptics to use it, because I think even if this goes off and it correlates with everything, with all sorts of events, but you still just rationally don't believe it, you will just have this sort of primitively this other part of your brain that's superstitious.
Come up and tell us
how
about it.
rational
That's
you are
cool.
will definitely believe in it. When it goes off, you'll be scared or
kind of de-ocean, but it's meant to more connect with the collective unconscious, I believe.
Okay.
Is there any practical applications you've thought about for this technology or this research for this device?
Well, casinos are very interested in it.
Can I borrow this?
What's that, Toth?
All the way back.
How do you write this?
James Randi, blah, blah,
First
blah.
thing by the time this have some similarities in pitch.
Well, I made my own circuit boards, and last year I was working on a project that involved a lot of wiring, so I wanted to figure out how to do it myself. But I really liked the aesthetic that it produced, so I really wanted to create a project around these circuit boards, pretty much, and that's what I came up with. And I like how not only is this not a computer, but it doesn't even look like the inside of a normal computer. It looks different. It looks like it's been handmade, which it has. These are the random numbers coming from the random number generator.
Okay.
They go from 0 to 255 because I measure them in bytes.
I don't
This
imagine
is
you're going to finish it in the
the,
next couple of minutes, are you?
deviation from normal activity, and it's standard deviations with 0 is normal. And this is the probability that this kind of deviation could occur by chance.
Gotcha, Toth.
Yeah, it prints funny sometimes. It's printing wrong right now. It's supposed to be 95. When this is very negative, it's almost a perfect ratio of 0s and 1s, which is a little too perfect. There should be some fluctuation. So 0 means there's an adequate amount of disorder.
Do you think it works better for disaster, like negative things instead of positive?
I think it was.
I don't know. I haven't I haven't
James Randi.
used it enough to
Yeah.
figure that out. But someone the other day mentioned if you turn on the news at any time, the majority of the events, the majority of news is negative. So the majority of things that people are thinking about on a global scale are negative. So this database that they have at Princeton, it just looks like a list of all the disasters the last year, for the last 10 years, I guess.
Online, is there a strong, do they publish any kind of information, like say the Indonesian tsunami and the global events? Is there, can you actually see the data in the timeline?
Yeah, it's all there. You can link to it from my website, which is robstewart.com. Or if you Google Global Consciousness Projects, you can get access to all their data.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yep, that's it.
Noah will be making his own device available for less than $100. So kind of like a spirit detector kind of thing, D-Ocean, but not. It's this is supposed to be what he's describing is connected to the internet with multiple devices around the world. I don't know that Noah's is going to be exactly the same or not, but he has his own project underway. I was hoping he'd come up and tell us about it. But he says he won't until he's got it finished. Statistics is a belief system? Yeah. Okay. Kinda, in a way. I'd agree with that. In a way.
Yeah. Mike says, sometimes the supposed random numbers are a little too perfectly random, and so not so random. Oh, you're eating those little bites of deliciousness right now, aren't you?
Yeah, us Canadians are addicted to Tim Hortons coffee and Timbits. It's So yeah, that's all I had to talk about today. Quite a few things, but yeah, took us
Yeah,
almost
that's a
3 hours.
lot. Yeah. We covered a lot of area.
I know Toth wants to talk about evolution, but well, you should look at the evolution stuff first. Oh, geez, I never thought of that when I was 7, and I thought, wow, that's freaking cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking at that stuff most of my life, Todd.
Yeah.
Yeah, we going to Smudge, Mark. Definitely. I did a secret Smudge before.
Yeah, got a smudge before we go.
Microbiotics and microbiology. Well, come on up, Squirrel Sniper. I'm just all
I
out of
was
subject
hoping,
today. That's
I
all.
was hoping McCoy would come up, or London Man.
Yeah,
It's
I
like-
thought McCoy was going to come up. He was only 8 minutes behind.
He kills
what he
me with, what, how is that?
I
Gotta
hope,
get
I hope he increased the speed on it, you know.
I wonder if it's my fault, because he's like, I don't want to miss nothing she fucking said. And then once he gets caught up, he's like, okay, I'm going in. It's kind of late now, though, because you're gonna be closing it soon.
Yeah, I didn't stop looking at it when I was 8, Toth. So I've been looking at that stuff until the early. Well, I still look at it. I haven't
Right,
stopped
still.
looking at it.
Lifelong.
I just ignore everything they say. Like, you live in a very isolated world, I guess. My world gets inundated with information from them constantly.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Just, wow, you're getting me before I'm entirely put together, but hey.
Oh, your hair looks good. You got a nice swoop to the top. I like it.
Thank you. Yeah, I have hair. That's nice. For a
Wee.
while during the Sea World, I didn't SeaWord. I didn't have. I was having it fall out, so I'm really glad it's back. It's coming
Yes.
back.
Yes. So we don't care what it looks like. We're just happy that
Yeah.
you have hair again.
Yes,
Things
I'm
I live in
happy
a bubble where I read Darwin when I was 7, and then I stopped looking at it.
Like this
We
man's
have
on.
Darwin shoved down us all the time. Come on, anybody.
No, he says
You get
they've come a long way. They've come a
Darwin.
long way since Darwin, he says.
Darwin even changed his mind on his deathbed before he died. I mean, if you've been looking into it at all, folks, seriously, why don't you know that? Keep up with the times.
He likes
He
his
did. He
evolution.
did change his mind.
He
So,
recanted.
and yeah, well, he was trying to research something, and actually, people took it way beyond what he even meant it to be. He himself said that.
Yes, he himself said that. He's like, I never meant it the way these wackadoos ran with it.
Right. I'm
I'm paraphrasing.
not of an opinion that, that what we perceive as Darwinism now is really what he intended anyway.
Oh, we
So,
got a lot here now.
and
Wow, it's really filled up. Okay.
Hey!
Hello.
All the white birds coming in. McCoy!
Clock counters. Go ahead. Heather.
No, well, we got Dr. McCoy. Oh, no, the realist.
McCoy. How
He
you
is
doing,
really
realist?
real.
Gosh, I
love
was going to
him.
say, Dr. McCoy, I got a few things. Could you fix? No.
How you doing,
McCoy
McCoy?
can straighten you right out. That's for sure.
Hey everyone, I just had to knock out a few chores and things around before I could, I'm all right. How are you all?
Doing good.
Good. I got a storm rolling in. I might get bounced, but hopefully I don't.
Angel wings.
Hello. Kids gets fresh watermelon and pineapple every Wednesday. Oh, good for you.
Watermelon and pineapple. Oh, yum.
Oh no.
Oh, that's really good.
No pineapple?
Yeah, pineapple is terrible. The nature hates pineapple. That's why it destroys it so quickly.
But I like the pineapple.
It's unnatural.
Okay. Well, I don't eat it often, so I will remember that. I am putting to memory.
That's an
Carrots, potatoes,
interesting
things
thought.
like that, broccoli, cauliflower, do not eat.
I mean, all you have to do is Google these things and say, is this a hybrid? If it says it's a hybrid, you know that it was man-made.
Yep, that's true.
But it
I'm
helps
putting
to
it to memory.
Do the
Now,
Hawaiians know
that doesn't
this?
necessarily mean that it's got genetic modifying products in it. A lot of plants
Right.
were hybridized in different ways. There's other ways to hybridize plants.
Yes, the genetic thing is very, very recent, and they used to hybridize plants, as a matter of fact, for hundreds of years, before
Yeah.
we ever came up with
Especially
the genetic.
fruit trees and stuff, because
Everything.
they easily meld with each other, and you can get hybrid fruits just by mixing two trees together with a shoot off of one tree.
Yeah, that's why
they
apples
intentionally conflate the two.
Yeah, that's
so that
why
you are confused.
That's why apples are always advancing, because they pollinate so easily among each other. But
Yeah.
I would say there's two things though that is the biggest misconception. Well, not the biggest. Why am I always so damn extreme? Two big misconceptions is garlic and turmeric. Garlic destroys your mucous membrane.
Oh.
It is terrible. It is one of the
I
worst
love
things.
garlic.
I know
All
it.
those Italians must be suffering horribly.
Garlic is one
And
of the
French.
worst things you can do to
They
your.
do look
give
kind
your-
of bloated, a lot of them.
And
Wow.
And turmeric is also a hybrid. It causes inflammation. You know, anything they promote, man, it's
Exactly.
Well, now I
one
go
other
along
thing.
with that. Whatever
One
they're
other
telling us, it's probably wrong. But
one other thing that I've been meaning to tell Max about is if he's aware of the microplastics that's found in 80 to 90% of table salts, even sea salt, and
Oh wow.
even Himalayan pink salt is no good. It has radioactive properties.
Oh, I know
Um,
it does. Yeah.
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 And so the sea salt that I consume, it's called Redmond sea salt.
Oh yeah.
It has no microplastics in it. At least that's what all reports say. So I've
Yeah.
been meaning to tell you, Max, that yeah, 80 to 90% of the table salts have microplastics. Thank you, Rockefeller, with your goddamn petroleum. You know.
You
Actually,
motherfucker.
I actually do eat Himalayan salt, but what I do is I buy I buy chunks of it and I bust those up myself. So there's still the radiation in them, but it's a very small amount. Um, but I don't get any of the microplastics or the processing or the anticoagulants they put in it. Most
That's a
salts
better
will have
idea.
anticoagulant in them.
I should give that a try because I use pink Himalayan salt actually to draw toxins and everything out of my body in a bath soak for at least 30 to 45 minutes. It cleanses and heals a lot of stuff because your body is pretty similar to holding in things like crystals too.
Yeah. If your
And
salt
that's what you
doesn't
use to
clump,
cleanse.
if your salt doesn't clump, they've got something in it.
Don't eat it, bathe in it.
All salt will clump.
Yeah, I bathe in it.
Yeah, because you know what? Angel Wings is of the thinking and of the theory that we don't have enemies, that there are no enemies. Huh, Angel Wings? You are still singing that song.
We have enemies, absolutely.
Well, let her sing. That's her choice.
Yeah.
I hope she. Well, but you're cleansing, so that's kind of what do you know there are toxins in the environment. That's an enemy itself, really.
Yes, yes.
So my question to Angel Wings is: are there friends? Because do you think that there are friends? Then do we have friends?
Well, we're all one connected spiritually. We're all one within. We just got well, and the theory is well, not theory, but well, for my own personal actual sensing energies from people, sensing energies. It's just all knowledge I've learned and picked up through channeling other information or inner knowledge that I've unlocked. It's just a variety of things. It's just when you finally realize there are no enemies because the point is love is the high enough of frequency. Loving everyone will heal them, and maybe not this lifetime, but in the next. So you're still doing good. You're still raising the vibes. The point is keeping that frequency high and not letting the negativity get to you, not letting them attack you because they know not what they do. Because in my other experience, I've learned that there's so many other interference. There's so much mind control. There's so much entities controlling other people. There's so many entities interfering. There's a lot going on. So in a sense, they're been reprogrammed so bad they don't know who they are anymore. They've lost who they are. Humanity itself has been hijacked and we've lost who we are supposed to be.
I would say we're not talking about people on the street being our enemies. We're talking about like the Canaanite Jesuit order that rules over us. They are the enemy.
But are they really? Have they been brainwashed and programmed to be like that?
They know they're evil. I grew up in a house with people just like who is running this world right now. And I have seen them angry. And I have seen the evil in their eyes. And I have seen their eyes smile and their mouths smile. The more evil that they get, the more power that they feel. The more evil that they get, the more power that they feel. They love it.
Yeah, but that's because they're
There are
programmed.
also people that believe that the more evil the world gets, the faster Jesus is going to come down and cosmically rupture them into heaven.
Well,
And
that
you know what? And the problem is with that is, hey, but if you're doing evil and
Hallelujah.
allowing evil to be done, are you going to be one of those people that's going to be taken, or are you going to be left behind? Now that's your problem to solve, but I don't believe in it. I don't believe along those lines, but in any event, there are people who believe that though, and some of them
Yes.
are very high up.
We are not going to be raptured by anybody. And if there was someone who was going to come and save us, do you really think that they would be acting as evil as they're acting? They know what's up because they were raised to know what's up. They were taught different things than we were taught in school. And they know nobody's coming to save our asses. Or they wouldn't be acting like this because according to their book, they would get smoked if this being showed up to smite them. They know they are free to do whatever the flying flip they want.
I keep saying we got to save our own asses. If we
SAVI.
are in the cavalry coming over the hill, that's us.
Exactly.
The people
Well,
who do know.
But
Yeah.
yeah, see, you're right. See, that in a way they kind of twisted it. It was to teach them about faith, but faith within themselves, strong enough to realize they can do it themselves. We're all light within. We're all connected spiritually. The more we wake up, the more that connection gets stronger between everyone. I mean, the spiritual energies is the strongest weapon ever. It's not even really necessarily a weapon, but it's just the strongest vibes ever once you come together and become whole. And I honestly feel that this earth is in a healing process, and the dark side is simply us healing each other. It's not necessarily evil, it's just negative thoughts, it's negative energy. We're healing that. We're trying to transmute.
The more I affirm that I am, in fact, God, and so are you, and that we are God, and that we're all God, the more I affirm that, the better my life gets. My life gets better. It doesn't, and I nobody struck me down. Nobody, it's like, but really, they were trying to say that in so many texts, and it was obscured, and I'm quite sure on purpose. I mean, even when they put it in the mouth of the Jesus character, who was actually Yeshua, but the one they call Jesus, even when they put it at, it's like, know ye not that ye are gods and sons of gods. Used to get me into so much trouble when I would say that. I mean, there's all kinds of other things you can find like that. But then that would be heretical and you'd be burned. So you wouldn't be able to. This is like the first time we've actually had a chance to get that through to people, any kind of a chance to get the word out about that. That's what I've decided my channel is about right now. Along with everything else, my channel, I decided, is going to be voted to helping people get their godlike superpowers back, to helping people realize that they are, in fact, God, that we all are, to helping people not be hornswoggled by a bunch of BS that we've been told to keep us slaves. Because one of the times that I asked, what is my purpose? One of the things I was told was free the slaves. I didn't know what it meant. But when I really, really checked it out, these are the slaves. Us, all of us.
Yeah.
Until we realize who we are.
Like the Christian Bible or the Bible, what that does to people is it controls their minds to be willing sacrifices, just like Jesus Christ was. And I'll lay my life down and I won't deny his name. And so, and what are they looking for? But they're looking for human sacrifice. And how much easier is it for them if they make you willing to lay your life down? I ain't buying that shit no more.
Yeah, that's just no. And to be a servant, remember, they wanted servants because what do servants do? And yeah, you just you don't have to be a servant of anybody. And I tell people this, you don't have to be a servant of anybody, because almost every religion wants you to be, you're a servant of somebody. You're a servant of the Lord. Or, in voodoo, you're are being ridden by a spirit, basically, by some other being. In a lot of these, you're actually, not taking control of your own life, and you're kind of giving it up to somebody else. Oh, I'm just going to give it all to God. Well, I am God, and I want you to take it upon yourself to be a better person, please.
Who gave us the who gave us the terminology God? Who added that to our vocabulary? Who gave us that term and that symbol?
Yeah.
Right. I still don't even
What
like
exactly
using.
is that?
Yeah.
I like all
still-
sport better.
Yeah, I still don't like the term God either. It's like humans created that word, or whoever expected us to bow down came up with that word. And I tell you what, I'm very passionate about that. I bow to no one. No one was meant to bow to anyone ever, because we are all one. We're all the same. We all may have different gifts that activate at different times, or we may all have been even a celestial being at one point too that fell. I mean, we all could have been like that. So it's kind of silly to be so judgmental over things we could have already been in a past life and still are. I mean, that's the whole point. Is
I really
everybody-
think that
yeah.
the hierarchical stuff and all of that was really brought in, I think, from the outside, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think that was all brought in as a control means to control us, because we had kind of an amnesia after an event, is the way that I've been shown it. Several people have been shown it. We had a bad event on this world. We had something like amnesia, and then people came in and told us a bunch of stuff. And that was collective amnesia. I mean, because the kind of cataclysms that have happened on this world have literally put us back to the Stone Age. We know that the caveman was a devolvement and not an evolvement. That was a devolvement when we
That's what I
devolved.
think.
Oh, well, there's a lot of proof of that. Now, well, you can't say proof. There's a lot of evidence of that now. We're getting more and more evidence.
Something happened. Something happened where we have lost our minds.
Oh yeah, we were hijacked.
That knocked us out of a much higher realm, because I really feel like we were on a higher vibration. And then all of a sudden, here are these creatures. Because you cannot even be seen by some of these lower dimensional, and I'll use the term dimensional because people understand it. We know it's a vibrational. You will not even be seen by a lower vibrational creature if you can raise your vibration high enough, and then they cannot even touch you. They cannot even see you. You will disappear to them. So for a long time, we were invisible to them. There wasn't anything like that. And then something knocked us into next Friday, and we ended up low enough that they could affect us.
Yeah,
is what it looks like to me.
That protection still exists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been like shared bits and pieces of that memory too. I don't know if it's like beings trying to channel the information or my own information being unlocked within. I mean, that's another thing is so many people misrepresent and say new age info. It's not. It's ancient knowledge being remembered again.
Right.
We're
it's
simply
really our
remembering.
memory.
Yeah.
Coming back. Gee, it only took thousands of years, and there were a lot of people helping us to forget again, too. Because if you remembered, you were a heretic, and then you got killed, and then you had to remember all over again. Yeah, it was rough. It was rough for a while. Now we're finally getting to the point where we might be able, and it looks like we are overcoming this gradually and we are getting our memory back. And you got to realize we had what amounts to brain damage. We were just talking about this, weren't we? Our parents
Yes.
getting dementia, people getting dementia, and
Yes.
what happens.
Dementia, Alzheimer's. Yep.
Yes. And
yeah,
that
They
was
already erased our memories before we even die. Then when you go into the light, they erase what little bit you got left.
yeah, they're purposely trying to hold on to that control narrative, and what they don't understand is the control relatively is an illusion. Also, there's no such thing as true control, because eventually we'll get free.
Yeah, I agree. We will get free. One of the things I do when I do crossing overs, I make sure that there are beings there to help people get to where, and I mean by that, I mean what you would call angels, although I know there's a lot of discussions on exactly what an angel is. But I make sure that there are beings who are powerful enough to make sure that people get where they belong and don't end up anywhere else. Okay.
My thing
Oh,
is,
there we go.
there we
Go ahead,
go.
my boy.
Mic check. Is my mic on or
The
something?
mic's good.
Your
Okay.
mic is
Yes, it
on. I
is.
knew it was finna be.
Paula, give
No.
him his time to talk.
We were all quiet, thinking you wanted to say something.
Oh no, I thought when Paula said "there it goes," I thought she was like, "There goes his mic." So I thought that's what she was saying.
No, I meant here it comes.
Oh no, I'm just saying that's yesterday I think not Matt, Max referred to the fact that we're antennas.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're antennas, and that's why it's so important what we put into our bodies, because the things that we're putting into our bodies are causing us. It's like you have an antenna at home and you're blocking it from its natural functioning. And that's why it's so important what we're putting into our bodies, because we're covering our antennas. And to add on to what you were saying, that ability is here now. That protection is available to us right now. That guidance is available to us right now. You just have a choice. You just have a choice you have to make. And you have to just stay on that path. And whatever you put your mind to will be given to you, and you will be led. But you got to want it, though. You have to want.
Well, and first of all, you've got to know it even exists.
Well,
and
yes.
you've got to know that you're worthy of it. You got to think you're worthy of it. And we've been taught how to not be worthy, how to feel unworthy, how to feel. As a matter of fact, there are some churches, I believe it's a Catholic church, where they sit around all day and go, "We are not worthy."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that it is available to us right now. That protection and that guidance.
So
You
evil.
just have a choice to make. Do you want it, or do you want to continue into the system of things? And one way to tap into that is to clean your antenna so that you can receive the information.
Ooh, baby, I'm going to clean my antenna.
Yes.
I
want to know, like, when you say,
I've been doing that for years.
Hold on,
when you say,
we're going to do a smudge, and you can continue.
okay, what do you mean when you say you help people get to where they're going, Dee? Because I think we're headed for the butterfly
cluster. Holding on for a minute. We're doing a smudge. Take a smudge break.
Oh, I thought you said continue talking.
No, we're going to do a smudge break, then you can continue talking.
Yeah, I got it's rough over here.
Mark's been asking for a smudge for about a half an hour now, so.
Yeah, the storm rolled in, so.
He wants to do one for
Yeah,
love.
I just found y'all. I didn't know you were on. I've been looking for you, but you're on at different times. So it doesn't tell me until you're half over.
So this smudge is for awareness and for love. Mark wanted one for love around the world. I'm going to add awareness to that. And you guys can add whatever other intentions you want. But this smudge is for love and awareness going around the world. I think he was inspired by angel wings there.
Yes.
So put your intentions towards love and awareness around the world. This smoke will join with the smoke of the wildfires and intentionally set and meant to do harm, but maybe we can use it for good. And certainly your smudging would be good. All right. So what was your question there, Paula?
Okay. I got to come back out of my little focus there. Okay. So you say you help people get to where they're going, Dee. Like, where are they going? Like, do they know where they're going? Are they talking about just going into the light? Like, what do you
Most
exactly mean on
people that I have crossed over are not sure where they're going.
Then how can you
But
help them cross?
but I do know that once we get them, there is a place where we go, and it is not a meat grinder, okay, or an energy shocker, because I see them on the other side. So the other side is quite lively, folks. It's not a bunch of people sitting around playing harps, I'll tell you that.
So it could be the butterfly cluster then. No, they're living life more
Right.
abundantly. Yeah. Okay.
They're
So,
actually living a
so
life.
if they're living a life,
I
then
make
they're
sure
probably
they
home.
get where they need to go, not anywhere else. It's like, and I call powerful beings to help me to do that.
Did you tell
Known
them not to go
to
into the
some
light?
people as angels, ascended masters. Sometimes their family comes to get them. There are different people that come to get different people. Okay.
Because in the light, they try to pretend like they're your family, so you'll get sucked into the light.
I know, but you know as well as I do, there are ways to tell the difference. And a lot of it depends on how your gut feels when it's happening. You know?
I know
Yeah.
I'm not falling for that light thing again. I'm going for the butterfly cluster. I'm going out into
So
the
whatever
darkness.
you want to call it, they're going where they need to go and not where. And the whole intention, and a lot of this is intention, and a lot of this is knowing the right people on the other side, I mean,
yeah.
White light is actually the absence of color. It's not the presence of color. The blackness has all the color in it. So that's where.
No, white has all the color. Blackness is the absence of color.
No.
Remember, I used to be called Rainbow White. It was for that very reason.
Well, that may be a reason, but it's wrong.
Yeah.
Black is the combination of all color. If you take
no. I'm sorry, John, but I must concur that black is an absence of color because it is a special kind of paint is made so that it reflects as little light as possible. It is known as the blackest black. So black is not the combination. It is the absence
let's ask
of.
the Google God.
I actually agree with John. I know the combination of all colors is actually black. And when you wear black, you're absorbing all the colors, not reflecting.
That's because black is absorbent because it's
black is
not
said to be the sum of
reflecting.
all colors. When a blackish stain is obtained from a mixture of various pigments. Black is said to be.
What's your opinion?
And black is said to be the absence of
I don't
color when
agree
all
as an
light
artist.
radiation is removed.
As an artist, I'll tell you, you throw all the colors together and you'll get a muddy brown.
How do you make white?
What you get? You won't get a black.
What colors do you add together to make white?
You can put, you have to, in order to, if we're working with light, and that's what color is. As a matter of fact, I remember back, I saw something why greens, blueberries are actually orange, okay, is what it was called, is because every color you see is a reflection of light. Every color you see is a reflection of light. And if you mix light instead of pigment, you will find that it's not red, blue, and yellow that make up all the colors. You will find that it's actually cyan, magenta, and green, and a shade of green that make up all the colors. So they lie to us about that too. That isn't real either. When you are working with light, you're not even doing the red, green, blue thing or red, yellow, blue thing. It doesn't even work either.
But light is
But
dark
light.
and dark is light. That's the mirrored image down here that we became the fractal versions of ourselves, that what you think as light is actually dark and what is dark is light. It's same with what we find they keep telling us is bad is not bad because they want us to think the opposite.
Well, I
And
know
it's
that the hotter flame is actually gets darker after a certain point. It gets very bright, gets white hot. Then as it keeps going, it goes into another octave where it is dark and it goes into like a violet and then a black, which is why they keep talking about the black sun. However, it's black because it's more, we can't see it yet.
Now that
Our
is
eyes are
black.
not adapted to the spectrum.
That's a black part of light. There's a white part and a black part to light.
White and black, yes.
The white part is expressing light. The black part emits no light, and it doesn't emit any energy or change. So
Yeah, and black and white is not necessarily good and bad. That's the yin yang symbol.
You know, when we factor in the fact that what they tell us, it's probably the opposite. They're probably right. We're probably wrong because it is logical. If you scribble all the colors together, it's going to become black. That was my original logic until I looked it up online, and very possibly the lying liars lied to me and convinced me that white is all the colors. Because to me, that doesn't make any sense. It's fucking white. Where are the colors?
I think that's what Max said.
When you take a prism and hold it up to a white light, it'll break into all the colors.
I want McCoy's opinion.
I want to see you do the same thing with a black light.
I think Max said that earlier. Max, didn't you say, yeah, black is because it has all colors? Isn't that what you said? Yeah.
Yes, he said black
But
is all
that is
colors.
the logic.
White
When
is
you
not.
pass a white light through a prism, it'll break it up into all the colors.
Yeah,
That's
that's supposedly true.
because it has black and white in it. It's got all the colors. It's got black and white. So if it has
So then maybe we've been told completely wrong, and maybe neither of them are all the colors.
Maybe.
Or maybe both of them are all the colors.
There we go.
Maybe all the
Both
colors
are
reside
anyway.
in both. Then maybe we're way off.
Actually, yeah, if you put both together, light and dark, and mix them together, that is all the colors. So all is one.
Yeah.
Even
Well,
with colors.
then, yeah, maybe we have,
White.
yeah, maybe that's the
White.
truth then, is that all of
So
the
it-
colors are all of the
No, I
black
don't.
and white are all the colors.
I couldn't guarantee in a light experiment if all the colors would be contained in the black or the white because they can't get the black parts to break apart yet. But maybe through a prism,
Right.
It's expressing one or the other. I don't know.
That's
It should
where
be
that comes.
expressing
That's why I
both, but
explained that.
It should be expressing both. But with paint, you do have to mix darker and darker colors together to get black.
Paint, they actually have to make a special paint
And
that
they
is
always have a hue. They always have
non-reflective
a-
to make it the blackest paint.
They always have a
It's
hue
very
of
hard to make a
red.
truly black paint.
Yeah, it's hard to get a true black because you have to add like a dark red or blue. They always end up off a little bit with a different color. It's always like a
Right.
purple.
And as soon as you lighten them up, you find they're actually really dark blue or really dark red or
Yeah.
Yeah, husband was saying just now how this thing he was holding up in front of my face looks blue, but it's not blue. It's refracting the color blue. How did you say
Right,
that, Mike?
it's really orange.
It's reflecting the color blue.
Right.
So we got to factor that in too. And so he says that it is black that is the absence and white that has all the colors. So we've got a tiebreaker here, but we still need to hear. I wanted McCoy to be the tiebreaker. So what you got, McCoy?
Actually, I have nothing. I don't speak on things that I have no knowledge of, or I have no. So I just sit and learn. Yeah,
We're just working through this as a mind experiment.
Yeah, we're just thinking out loud.
This is
that's all.
we're just
Okay,
looking at
so if
this
I was
like
okay.
All of us being naturally suspicious these days, especially these days,
Right?
I
mean,
think
we're suspicious.
I'll ride with
Everything.
Max. I'll ride with Max on this one because of his confidence.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You what?
because
You
of
think I'm
the,
not confident? I'll show you some confidence. No.
Don't get DO started. Don't.
I
You
think in a
know,
way we're
the
all
first
a bit
part of
right.
confidence is con. But anyway, I'm kidding.
yes, that's true. It does start with con. We don't
Oh
like
my
those
God.
words.
There would be the white light. The white part, Mark. The white part of the light you can see here. There's little black balls moving around the outside of that, though, that you can't see. But that's the white part of the light there. It actually explodes. The black balls don't.
Okay.
I'm not going to say it, but
Now,
Scotty's
don't go
thinking it.
there. Don't go there.
Scotty's thinking it.
Scotty will
I
take
hear
care
you,
of it.
Scotty.
Yeah, Scotty, for sure.
I hear
If
you
he's
thinking
not,
it.
if he's not thinking it, he missed it.
Mm-hmm.
Page
Yeah,
72,
everything is a
Dr.
reflection of light. That's how we see.
Yeah.
I think everything is a reflection of light. Yeah.
I
'cause
do.
Well,
otherwise-
I would add something to that while we're on that subject. Is the
Okay.
fact that they do have us backwards in the sense that we wear black at funerals, and white at weddings or some, occasions
Yes.
like that.
Yeah.
Because at funerals, they say black absorbs,
Yeah.
and so you don't want to absorb the energy at a funeral.
Right.
You want, you don't want to absorb that. You might want to wear.
Gee,
Am I
I
saying
might
it right?
want to wear several of May then to my next funeral.
I wear colors to funerals. Fuck them and their rules. I wear what I want.
I think I wear silver next time. It's my next funeral. I'll look like a baked potato. That'll deflect everything.
I always wear light blue.
Plus a tinfoil hat.
I always wear my light blue.
There are cultures that do wear white at funerals, and that's,
Yeah,
I
there
think,
are.
Japanese.
Yes.
Yeah, Japanese.
And
Yeah, you want to deflect that energy at funerals and receive the energy at happy occasions, But they
Yes.
have us kind of backwards.
light
Yes.
actually
I have a
changes color
tendency to
depending
wear
on it.
purple. It was even older to
Yeah.
wear purple, Long time ago, they wore purple.
Wow.
Yeah. My mother remembered that.
Yeah, so are we absorbing part of the soul of that person and wearing black? Is that what kind of where you're going with that?
Well, I would think
an
that
interesting
they
thought.
taught us that for a
But then-
reason. So
well,
they
there's
want
the
us
light
to
suit,
absorb
right?
something.
The light body, right? But they changed
Yeah.
it to dark body, right? There's that way
Right.
to look at it as well.
Right.
Because the Egyptians
Well-
had the light body, they wear a light garment to emulate the light body, and they took
I tell you, I need to get me a silver lame suit made for the next funeral.
Now, what happened? You got to make me that poncho.
Oh, that's right. Gosh, I have had to find the material again. We put it away one time and then it just disappeared. And then it showed up.
That'll
And
be
when it
hella
showed up,
expensive.
by the time it showed up, you were onto something else. And
Oh,
we didn't
yeah,
have
that'd
to
be
get
that'd be hella expensive by now.
Well,
Hey,
if I had to buy it all over again, but
Let's see.
I'll just sell it for the same price I was going to.
Oh, I don't know.
I've got the stuff though already. I don't have to rebuy it. Yeah, rebuying it would be really expensive now.
Well, color.
Okay,
the
we'll
color-
talk
the
about it.
color
We'll
of-
talk
sure. Okay, don't worry about it. The color of light changes depending on its speed, Buzzacino. There are light experiments done. Mud Foster University has done some really good research into light. Now, he doesn't have everything right. He'll admit that. But his research he's going on just the results. And they're able to get images like this, right, from light. What they're doing there is they're compressing light and putting it through a Venturi. And when it comes out the Venturi, that's what happens on the other end. and you get these black balls that go around the outside. They won't go through the middle. Makes me think of Buffalo Girls. Buffalo Girls go around the outside. Sorry. So yeah, it'll recombine with these light particles on the other side. The black always absorbs the lighter particles around it. But go look at Mud Fossil University. He's got some really good research on it. He actually has images of light shifting from one color to another. So
yeah, I'm sub to Mud Fossil. Roger is a genius, unsung genius. Unfortunately, people don't understand him.
Got a lot of geniuses that sent him stuff too. Black Balls already did it.
I knew somebody was going to say something, but anyway.
China, India,
anyway,
Thailand,
yeah, you know, but it's interesting when you get blackballed. What does that mean? And
but he said what they wear white at funeral. Yeah, because that's just through my I don't know. It's just my thought process. It's just what I.
No, it's an interesting thought.
No, it's true, and actually, that does make sense to me.
Because if you think of it as energy, you don't want to absorb the negative energy going through the room of everybody being sad or frustrated or being upset about it.
Because remember, they told us that when you wear dark colors, it attracts. What is that? Wait, I'm trying to think now. When it's hot outside, not to wear dark colors because it attracts. So that's where the
it attracts mosquitoes.
Well, that's definitely everything attracts them dang things.
I attract everything anyway.
Breathing attracts them too. But I really don't, But I really think you're not going to stop breathing to not attract mosquitoes. But yeah, it's really
Oh yeah, blackballed in the military is when you paste shoe polish on somebody's hand and then tickle their nose when they're asleep, and they swat their go to move the bug away, so they get blackballed.
Oh dear,
that's funny.
Blackballed
sounds more like they should be tickling something else. But anyway,
yeah,
I said it.
Now they change it to whipped cream.
So yeah. Anyway, you've got basically people using the term black and the term white in various ways, and I think it's lost its original meaning. But actually, I know that judges wear black. Our police wear black, not blue, black around here where I am. And so black is the color, and also things that are legal. Somebody was telling me, she's a paralegal. If you are doing something legal, you should be writing it in black. Black is the color of legal because it is a color of Saturn, and Saturn is the color of restriction, constriction, and therefore the law and karma. There you go.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Use any other color but black. It's the official color. Yes.
Right. It is the color of Saturn.
Isn't it just lovely how they love black when it comes to Saturn worship and shit and their legal crap, but then they want to push racism and crap. Really?
I don't know why I had this
well,
thought.
And then purple if you're clergy.
I'd like the realist to do a cooking show for us.
Racism definitely makes sense, and religions, it divides, so it makes sense. See, we know.
Oh, you went mute. We know what?
Well, I mean, 4 out of 5 up here know that we have an enemy. And so for once we know, we understand why they do what they do,
Yeah.
Oh, just to let you know, blue is, gosh, I'm trying to think. I think blue is supposedly military and purple is clergy. So if you are clergy, You should be riding in purple.
Racism.
Doing something clergy.
Yeah, racism I would not, look at this. I'm over here.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? They don't
Yeah.
want this. They don't want us combining our minds and sharing our perspectives at all. So they keep us divided. So yeah, it makes sense. It makes a whole lot of sense, man. But I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
just
the whole thing is division.
Don't
So-
apologize. Don't apologize
whole
for
thing
putting
is
your
division.
2 cents in.
Yeah, we covered the Russia thing in the beginning of the show, James. Yeah, I missed it.
Yeah, you have to pull
What
a
Russia
McCoy and
thing? There
rewind
was
it.
a Russia, any new Russia thing?
Oh yeah, with Wagner Group. Wagner
We
Group thing.
covered, yeah, we covered Russia too.
Yeah.
And did you ever cover on any of the shows how they already knew that the submersible was a goner on Sunday and dragged it on for a whole week?
No, didn't. I haven't put much attention into that at all.
Yep,
Well,
that's what happened. They knew already on Sunday and put everybody through a whole week of that to cover what else was going on. And there were a
Well,
lot
what
of
is
news
going
stories
on?
going on.
But they're changing the financial system. Well, that's what happened the first time with the Titanic.
Hmm.
That would be too obvious. So they just sent 5 motherfuckers down there
Is that what you think?
to the same area.
How does
Yeah.
the sub change the financial system?
No,
No, they were.
millionaires that were against the
It's a
Fed died on
distraction.
the Titanic. So
yeah,
they
yeah,
put
I know
more
that. But
millionaires in a Tic Tac and sent it to the Titanic to symbolically resurrect that same kind of dark magic. My
I
opinion.
see. Okay, because they were
Yes.
going down to the Titanic to resurrect
Yes.
that. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
And then
All
they
right.
claimed at one point that they thought the Tic Tac might have been stuck in the Titanic. So they went that extra mile.
Tic-tac? Okay.
But they knew all along that it wasn't because they heard the boom on Sunday. And so
Yeah.
they let the families suffer and they let everybody suffer. But yet there was a filmmaker, was it Cameron? James Cameron, who knew? Who knew? And then later on said, what do you mean you don't know? Yeah, I knew because he pays attention to these things. And it's his area of interest. And so he figured everybody knew, but then he found out that nobody knew.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what's going on here? Well, news stories broke. I mean, news stories about, our creepy guy in chief and news stories about his son and news stories about the WEF and news stories about,
But I do
all kinds of stuff that they were doing that they didn't want us to have front page because that's the way they always do it. They always do that kind of job.
But didn't James Cameron just a few years ago put himself in a Tic Tac like fucking machine and go even deeper than they went, looking around for shit at the way, way bottom of the ocean? And that motherfucker came back alive. So there's still something going on.
Well, the submersible was a crappy design.
And I heard
They're
something about
saying it was just
diversity
very
hires and stuff for the engineers, mechanics, and pilots.
right.
So
Well, that, and it was made of flimsier stuff than it should have been. It really was badly made. And a lot of people were saying it didn't have a snowball's chance. And I guess they went down and proved it.
yeah, I heard something about it was
They
only
didn't.
rated for something like 1,500 feet, and they were going to take it down to 4,000. And they
Yep.
decided
So
it would
they
be
just
safe.
decided they were going to turn into goo long time
Okay.
before they ever
Well,
went.
I have another theory that they just went into hiding and they just faked their own deaths.
That's true too. That could be too.
Yeah,
That is a theory, but it's a very
just remote
strong
control, send it down by remote control, and
gut feeling.
let what happens to it
That
happen
could
to it.
very easily be that they knew it was going to do that.
Well,
Go
if you're
boom
taking
and-
something that's rated for, that's what I heard was 1,500 feet, and take it down to 4,000 feet, you're going to implode it.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
twice,
And
that's over twice
you're
its
an
current
idiot if you
rating.
don't think so. Yeah. You're a total idiot if you think you're going to be able to do that, which is why it's so suspicious. The whole thing is
Yeah.
another, hey, Paula, psyop.
Yeah.
I was gonna say maybe it's all just a distraction in general, and maybe it's nothing worth talking about either.
That's exactly
Because I
exactly
didn't
what it
see any
is.
of that. I quit watching TV a long time ago because I hear enough of it replayed and reiterated and changed and all sorts of craziness all over the place. So
And they'll be on it forever. And usually what they'll do is they'll get some high profile person like O.J. Simpson or somebody, and they'll have something go on with them. That'll take over the news. And there's only so much news space, and it'll just go on and on and on. While whatever it is they want to cover up and hide and want people not to know, oh, they'll mention it on the back page. They'll mention it in passing, like, oh, we found water on Mars, and then you'll never see another story about it.
Yeah,
The
mine
weekend.
was. Go.
No, just the weekend news cycle. They bury stuff in the weekend.
Right. That's
Yeah,
exactly what they do.
mine was the hunt for Osama bin Laden, right? The hunt for Osama bin Laden. They
that was
captured.
hilarious.
Yeah, they captured Osama bin Laden and dumped him in the middle of the ocean, never to be heard from again.
Right.
I'm like, the biggest terrorist of all time. Y'all just what?
Dumped him in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Well, and I've
what they said.
And back when I did watch the news occasionally, I did notice too that you would see old footage shown again the next year or the next month, or you've seen old footage used over and over again for different multiple things. So you don't even know what stories are true or fake or what's even going on.
Yeah, and actually that's where we are right now, is that the news is not the news
Yeah,
anymore.
if you just follow the narratives that we've been taught, the news makes total sense.
Mm-hmm.
It really does to me now. I see it gets me angry because I see how they're manipulating it and what they're doing. But yeah, if you just follow the agenda that's laid out, you can see pretty much where every news article is geared towards steering towards that, and manipulating the people's opinions towards their goals. It becomes so clear.
It's just clear. I mean, it's yes, 100%. That's where I'm at, Max.
And
That's
as
why
soon as they see a shooting, oh, we got to have tighter gun laws. I hate to tell you, but criminals don't obey laws. Tighter gun laws. Yeah, how's that going to work?
I wanted to hear the rest of what McCoy was going to say, because he don't talk often.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say that's why I do keep my ears to the news or certain reports so that I can know where they are within their plan, and that's what Saturdays, and I guess you're doing it here on Sundays too, Max. I know Saturdays you kind of go over the current affairs.
These have evolved into that, unfortunately, but it's necessary.
But it's not
but we have evolved into the news. The news is now online and not told by the main channels.
Yeah, not many channels are covering current. They're dealing with whether they're aboriginals or indigenous, white, and all this.
Identity politics are way more important than all this.
That's why I'm lodged right here. I'm right here on the Max. Whatever crumbs he has, I'm eating it up because it's more filling than the garbage that I'm getting anywhere else. So it's
empty calorie news.
I hope that this type of thing expands and more people get off of their little ideology things and little arguments and get to the real point of what we need to get to.
Well, yeah, and then actually listen when people. I mean, the politicians often tell you what they're really doing, but people just don't. They'll write it off. Because they told us long before the plan, EMIC, they told us it was going to happen. When Mr. T was right, even during that.
Hold
There
on,
was a
hold
guy
on,
that even said there would be
hold
a
on.
planned
I will
takeover.
give you exact proof of what you are saying right now.
And I cannot say what it
Hold
is
on.
because I don't want to get you
A
in trouble.
week before Trump was inaugurated and took his oath, Anthony Fauci was at Georgetown University, and he told them, you can Google it, you can YouTube the video right now. He told them that the upcoming administration will be facing a pandemic. It's right there.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. That we will face a pandemic and we will come out, blah, blah, blah.
Well, that wasn't Trump, though. That was like Fauci and Gates.
No, Trump didn't say it. Trump didn't say it. Ouchie,
Fauci and
yeah.
Gates said it. Yeah. Trump tried to warn us, and then they backtracked his
Exactly.
ass and got him on board with the whole V and everything, and that was very
Yeah.
disappointing.
They had him set up to be the president they decided they were going to pull this during his president. So there you are. And I don't know, maybe they expected him to go along with the plan and he didn't.
And I'll add to that also, for the last 5 to 10 years prior to this ordeal, Bill Gates was saying that they needed to reduce the population.
Yep.
And how they were going to do that is through, hairball medications.
Yes.
And that's all. These are
Mr. Bates wanted that. Mr.
Ah,
Gates.
Girl, I've said that too.
Yeah.
This is so I'm just saying, like you're saying, you're absolutely right. They have put forth their plan. It's just most people don't know what to listen to because they think that this government and these world leaders are for them. That's once you know that they're not for you, it's when you realize what's going on. But
I know how they did it. I pay close attention just before all of this happened. We all started waking up. Then they started making those videos about what do they call it? Deep fakes. They started making those deep fake videos and they set us the fuck up.
Yeah.
Because now they don't believe the truth because they think it's deep fake.
Right. Exactly.
That's why. Hold on. And they also proved that same theory when they came up with the terminology conspiracy theorists, and then they made it. So they know. And now if you say something against the agenda, people automatically say, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist," because they've already been programmed. I'm telling you, these are mad scientists, psychologists. They've been researching for centuries. They know everything that makes us tick and what makes us talk. They know everything about us psychologically. They know it.
And that's why it's on purpose, not on accident. They know they're being evil and they love it.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well,
I said that to someone one time. Sorry, I said that to someone. I'm like, if you call them evil, all they'll do is just smile. It doesn't affect them, Like us, if you call them evil, we'll be like, we'll get offended. Evil? I'm not evil. They just say, well, what? I mean,
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. People do not understand the depths of this. They really don't understand the depth. And I still hear people getting their ooster jabberwockies because they don't want to be Uber spreaders. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sitting here going, even though we know this is a bad idea and can cause all kinds of problems, and we've tried to tell people that, they're so brainwashed, they still think everything's okay. They're still floating around like everything's fine.
And I understand why. That's why I don't focus on the victims. I don't focus at all on the victims. I know why they are the way they are. We were all programmed. I mean, they literally told us They literally told us they were programming us because they called the things on televisions that we
Call it
watch
programming.
programs. I
Exactly.
mean, they called them literally programs. So you sat
Exactly.
down. You sat down not every evening. I don't want to be. See, I'm being.
TV program.
You sat down, turned on the remote, and got programmed. So they told
I
us.
said that. I used to say that to people like way back, way back. No, I'm not turning on any programming because I haven't had a TV and it might be, it's over maybe 25 years now. And I said, I don't want to be programmed. I don't want to be programmed. That's why I'm not watching it. Now I can pick and choose on the internet. The internet's great. You can pick and choose what you want, but most people are what we call dopamine addicted because they are doing the TikTok thing, and that's like every 2 seconds, to 2 minutes, whatever it is. They get a hit of dopamine as they scroll. Every time you scroll, you get another hit of dopamine. So they're building dopamine addiction, just like they want you to be addicted to something.
Yeah, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button.
Now they're calling it downloads. So now we're getting downloaded. So they switched the terminology, but it's the same concept. You know.
The new age is replete with psyops all over the place. Many of the biggest YouTubers out there, I conjecture that some of them are just psyops.
Oh, definitely. They have definitely
definitely.
Yeah. Some of them take really wild turns, twists and turns. And I don't watch them myself, but I have in the past. And I can see the mind warping that they do, telling them false teachings and stuff. Maybe even things that they've seen in astral travel or whatever, or visions they think they've received. But not all visions in astral travel are correct and true. People have to realize that.
A lot of implemented false intentions, added programming.
Self-impressions, my wishes put onto them, They're even the programming that they get from the media and stuff being put on them. Some of them are probably subject to some of that, like in their remote viewing, because that pervades our thoughts, right?
Yeah, I still find it quite suspicious.
Even though I do remote viewing, I believe in remote viewing. I know it works. It does have a certain percentage of failure rate, so take that into account.
And I also find it very suspicious that they tried to take me out just as the shit was hitting the fan. Just before. They tried to take me out just before the shit hit the fan because they didn't want me doing any of this.
Oh, with your heart attack, yeah.
It's like discernment within discernment. You have to discern what you're watching, but then at the same time, discern that too, because you never know if it's the thought projection or someone messing with you. So it's like a sharp discernment. You really got to practice too.
Yeah, there's a movie coming out about Bonnie and Barry Sherman. They were killed or suicided just before the pandemic. They owned a drug company that made ivermectin, and they were killed. There's a movie coming out about them now. I can't remember the name.
Oh my God, it figures.
Yeah.
Trying to get ivermectin stopped because it will stop it.
Yeah.
I also would like to add that we should be thankful. Something is within us that the veil has been removed. We got to be thankful, because I only said that because we spend time talking about the ones who can't see what we see. No, just be thankful that you see what you see and are aware.
Yeah, that we're not them. Basically,
because we know why they are. We were once there. You know what I mean? I was a Christian at one point, a Muslim another day, and then, so we've all been programmed. We've all been in there. So that's why they're the victims. We were the victims. We so we just focus on be thankful that you have what they call woken up and is aware of what's going on, because it might be up to you.
Yes.
If we focus on the
Oh,
Yes.
Sure. The
Oh,
horses.
and also around the same time that I found the butterfly cluster at first, I was late putting out my first video on it because of the heart attack.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Too suspicious for me.
Yeah. Paul has got a theory that we can leave through the butterfly cluster. So take a look at the butterfly cluster when you're after you disembark from the body. Take a look there and see if there's anything there for you, for sure.
Come check
you know.
out my Milky Way butterfly cluster splendors of the heavens videos. I have a playlist.
Yeah. The interesting thing, Trump pushed ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, an
Yeah,
alternative.
you certainly did.
Now,
Mhm.
that's, that's the
And a
other
woman in
side.
Haiti, a doctor,
will
was
be-
curing everybody in Haiti with
Yeah.
hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, I like this play, how they got they labeled their bad guy, and they went after him, and then he had him be a good guy, and he's really,
Oh, yes.
it's like WWF wrestling, right?
There you go.
Eh?
Oh, I know you see strict of the ivermectin. Now you see strict rules on labels saying strictly for horses only.
Yeah.
Right.
I take quercetin, which is similar to ivermectin. Taking two quercetin, a double dose of quercetin is as good as an ivermectin.
They claim pineapple and grapefruit has the same kind of stuff in it that ivermectin has, or hydroxychloroquine.
I don't know about that because I do take other amino acids, including bromelain, which is an amino acid that breaks up particles. Ivermectin is more of a like a delivery system. It'll deliver the toxins and other things out of your body with zinc. It avoids cytokine storms.
I use
So they give you two different.
Zetox. I've mentioned it before. Zetox is zeolite, micronized zeolite, so it can get into your bloodstream and
Is
it
that made
rounds
by
up.
Zeb Zelenko?
No.
Oh, okay. Zeb Zelenko, I think, had one, something like that as well.
You said
But there
important
is
word.
a very specific kind I take. Regal. Regal Zetox is the only one
Okay.
I trust.
Max said the cytokine storm, however you say that.
Cytokine storm.
Yeah.
Look that up, people, because if you can naturally tend to your body like he does, you can avoid that. That's the storm that
Right.
kills you.
Yeah.
That's
And that
what
could
causes
also- that could well be the storm that Trump was saying. There's a storm coming, get out of the way. He could only say so much.
Yeah, they hit you with that electric storm, and it disrupts the cells in your bodies, and they have to be replaced. So they have to come
That
out,
is
and
an
new cells
immune.
have to go in. And your body
Autoimmune.
is trying to get rid of all that stuff all at once, and it gets overwhelmed, and that's called a cytokine storm.
Right.
Write that
And it
down,
can be
people.
stopped by CBD oil, by the way. CBD oil can stop it.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
If you get a pure one, but that's turning out to be a big sloppy flop.
Ivermectin
So
is
anything
synthetic
that
worm,
stops
I
the
think.
cytokine storm will stop it.
Yeah.
Right.
So if CBD does do that, that would work. Yes.
And they're also saying the guy, I mean, I just heard this guy, he was a whistleblower. He was working on the project that caused this problem with the sky streaks. And he said, take your boron. And I know we've talked about trying to get people to understand about it's a trace element. You don't need a lot of it. You just need a tiny bit, but
Yeah, you can get boron pills at the health store.
What, McCoy?
I was just gonna say that I'm a subscriber of fasting. The body is a machine. The body is a machine, and it will cure itself. It is in survival mode. It will do whatever it has to do to stay alive. Just give it time to heal itself. And Fasting is just the number one thing to me. Is stop eating and let your body cure itself. Ground. That's why Max with the grounding. Get your sunlight. Just oxygen. Just breathe, and it's just your body's a machine. It's meant
Yep.
to. It'll stay alive. It'll survive, but it's just we're the ones destroying it, and it's fighting like hell to stay alive. Really.
Well,
Now,
cellular
I'm
biologist
big on
Lipton.
the fasting thing too. Fasting is important.
That'll
Yeah.
keep a lot of the toxins out, because part of it is too the toxins coming out. That's a big part of it. And
Yeah,
that's why
you
they
get
try to put,
toxin buildup and then you get
why
sick.
they try to put so much toxins in your body. And then when they hit you with that cytokine storm electrically, your body's going to go around and try to clean itself.
One of the things that people are suffering from lupus, but I don't think most people know what lupus is and what causes it.
Wow.
Lupus is that you have candida, you have worms in you that are
Right.
eating at you.
Mm.
That's all it is.
Candida is a fungus.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm in a big proponent of terrain theory. Like you believe that fasting helps keep the body clean. So that's along the lines that terrain theory thinks of, is keeping the body clean and well balanced, and you won't get sick. Yeah.
And they have set the stage for the fungus among us.
Right.
That people are going to start getting sick by some I can't remember the name, but maybe it was the one she
Yeah, the
said.
next one's a fungus.
Yeah, they can
Yeah.
activate fungus electronically as well. You just reminded me of that. Yes.
Yes.
So,
Okay, and
yeah.
McCoy? McCoy.
Will you please let him talk for himself? No.
No, I didn't have anything to add to that. I was listening. Actually.
Well, you had
He'll hop
unmuted.
in like the rest
Maybe
of us,
StreamYard
man.
did it. I
Just
saw
hustle
his.
the rest of us
I
aside.
saw his mic get unmuted, and I thought he was going to say something. But
You know what, Paula, I might have, and then I just, you all are just information is coming that I just forget my own thoughts sometimes. You all are incredible.
Put a link in there, no?
Thank
for you.
So other
That's
people
why I
can.
like to make sure you get your chance. Because you'll
Well, I
just sit there
think he can
muted
hop in
and be
like the
all
rest of us.
polite
I
and
think
shit.
he's big enough, strong enough guy. He can hop in like any of us. I mean, you look pretty tough, fella. I'm teasing you now. I hope you understand my sense of humor. But yeah, just hop in on top of us if you have something to say, because we're just blabbering along, okay?
Yeah, they
Don't
say a
worry
lot.
about it.
Sometimes they just continue their thought with a couple of words, and it does interrupt. But yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, he's almost too polite. It's like sometimes, you gotta say what you gotta say
Yeah,
before you
run
forget.
roughshod over us, realist. Just like
No,
that.
I like complete thoughts, and sometimes if you hear what a person completely says, you probably won't even have a response or a question. So
Right.
I just let them, complete their thought.
That is true. If you let them complete the thought, then you can get the whole picture and then ask questions. Yes. Yes.
Well,
Thanks.
then we all go through this where everything goes silent because we're all waiting for somebody. But back in the old days when I was taking broadcasting school, dead air is something you did not want. So actually stepping on each other is still considered better broadcasting than dead air. So when I went to school anyway.
Yeah.
So so I guess we're okay. Is
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say. I guess we're fine.
That's not bad. We're not stomping too bad. Just enough to get it in before we forget and then move on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Indy says dead air is okay.
Dead air. Dead air. Well,
Right.
that's
Well, we got about another 7 minutes. I'm going to cut it off.
okay.
All right.
So basically, there was a whole bunch of news that happened that's actually rather important that was preempted for all of this submarine carbon fiber submarine BS.
Okay.
So you might want to look it up online because you don't want to watch the whole news story because then you will get programmed. But however, you might want to look up, there are a lot of channels now that are picking up on this and saying, wait a minute, nobody's talking about this and why is that? And that's what you want to look at. And that's what I look at.
Well, you
My
won't get
advice.
programmed if you're strong-willed and strong-minded. Go in with your guard up.
Right.
Yeah.
But
like a
lots
boxer.
of things
Put them
happen.
fists in front of you and be ready to swing and jab and
You swinger.
no.
Y'all
No.
swingers. Well, yeah, we've all got to be like that. Okay, later on we're going to be doing more of this kind of thing on my show. Hope you show up. Yeah, that's a shameless plug for my own show, The Ocean's Deep Blue.
It's fine. That's why I'm already good.
Okay. And we're going to have Alexander the Ganja Shaman talking about numbers, something that I'm not really very good at. You know, I'm maybe a polymath, but not in that.
Do you know what number you are?
7. My life path is 7.
Okay, I'm a 5. So
I'm exactly right doing what I'm doing. I'm doing exactly what I should be doing.
yeah, I'm surprised Alex didn't make it here today. He keeps saying he's going to make it for Saturdays and Sundays, but I haven't seen him.
Well, he's not going to make it until a lot later. He's going to be on at 8.
Yeah, he has a bad internet connection too, so that's always a problem. Hi, Lady Spitfire. Oh, you're just at the end, Lady Spitfire. Yeah, right. Full armor of God.
And there's a lot of info in this one. Whew, like always, but this one, from the beginning to up to this point, it's just info after info.
Yes.
Yeah, there was a lot to cover in this one.
What I live for.
There's this one thing that, there's certain criteria in which I try to maintain in order to have a productive conversation is the propaganda. I like to have conversations with people who are aware that it's all propaganda. We're just not going to understand our perspectives. If you think Trump was a great thing and I'm over here saying he's an actor, so it's just.
Yeah.
Paula mentioned about the acting and the die-off, I think early, about 10 minutes ago. The one that got me opened my eyes to possibilities was Barack Obama was playing the role of Osama bin Laden. And that's why he was the one.
Yeah.
I mean, 2010, I did the research. Their ears matched up. They're both left-handed, and every time Obama went to Hollywood, then they released a new Osama tape. It was, and then to hear he's the one that captured Osama and then dumped him in the ocean. It was very theatrical, man.
And then we elect somebody that has a name that sounds like it comes from that part of the world.
All right, that's all
sounds
I'm saying is
like it.
Yeah, they're real. These people.
Osama the Obama. Yeah, Osama the Obama. And we were supposed to just ignore that and go right by that and be vacuous to that.
How many seasons did Trump do on the WWE? He was in wrestling. He wasn't
watching it.
He went and did professional wrestling.
Trump didn't do wrestling.
Well, he went.
What?
Yeah, he was on the WWE.
I mean, you look at the UK. The president of the UK.
Remember that.
The president of the UK is an actor. Wasn't he an actor? The president or whoever he is of UK of the Ukraine. He's
yes,
a comedian. Oh yeah, he is an actor.
Yeah, he's a
comedian.
So come on now, these are actors. I mean, they're actors. This is theater.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they play my part well. Because
things are being done behind our backs. Yes, this is all theater.
See, Mark remembers
a lot
that.
of things are being done behind our backs.
See,
And
I thought I was the only one. Mark remembers that.
Remembered what? Probably I didn't get it. I don't know if I remember.
Trump a wrestler when?
Trump was a character on the WWE.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I made that
Yes,
reference
yes.
earlier about wrestling, right? When we were talking about Trump, because
Are we from different realities?
Yeah,
You didn't
maybe.
meet
I
up
don't
here in
know.
this one?
Different timelines,
Because I
maybe.
grew up on
yeah,
wrestling, and Trump is
Lucky
never a thing.
agrees. Lucky agrees. Yes, Trump was of WWE, then it was WWF.
And what also along the lines of Trump, if you all do, it's right there on YouTube. Also, there's a movie about a man named Trump who came into a city and wanted to convince the people to build a wall because there was an upcoming catastrophe and had to keep people out. So, and this movie came out in 1954, 53. Don't quote me on that. And Trump was born in 1948. So it's just like the presidents and all of this script is already written years in advance. They know who's going to be president if there's a president, because we know about Agenda 2030, where that's a whole new thing. But as a matter of fact, yeah, there won't. I don't really think there will be presidents anymore. Not think. I know there won't be presidents in a minute because the world will be.
Sometime,
It will be run by the United Nations. There will be the leader of the UN is who's going to run the world. So presidencies in a minute is going to be gone anyway. But my point in that is that yes, Trump was already determined when he was born that he was going to be president in 2000. What was 16? Yeah, 2016. So it's all written. This is all a script. We're the ones being played and just watching their theatrics. We know Democrats and Republicans, they work together. I mean, come on, if you're not aware of that one simple fact,
Yes.
just sit back and let us who see things for what they are, let us do our thing and we'll figure it out. You just stay home.
Well, there's an old saying, so it is written, so let it be done. So this is key where magic is concerned. So it is written, so let it be done. Write down what should be happening. So it is written, so let it be done.
Is that what it's called? Did you just posted it where it's Trump Track Down? Is that what that movie's called? Because yes, there was a movie of Trump coming to a village or a city saying.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. I looked it up.
This is all factual, man. It's just amazing that Trump. And then, okay, let's go to the Bible. Trumpets, right? They say there's going to be trumpets. And
I made that connection. The trumpets blowing.
Trump and Pence. Trumpets. Yes, I mean, that's all. They're playing out the roles, man.
Yeah.
There it is right there. Yep, that's the movie. His name was Trump, and he's convinced them to build a wall.
Yeah.
Well, I've been saying we cannot, although I like Trump better than I like Biden, but I hated him when he came in. By the time he left, I liked him better than Biden. But, that isn't saying much.
No.
That isn't really saying much. That isn't saying anything, really.
You're just choosing between a douche and a shit sandwich, and Trump's the douche.
Which I don't expect you to believe. But the rest of you, those who want to be alive tomorrow morning, I will tell you tonight. Remember that. Bring your friends here. I'll tell you tonight so that you will be able to prepare.
What are you selling, Mr. Snake Oil?
The world will come to a flaming end at midnight tonight. Without my help and knowledge, every one of you will be dead.
He's gone.
That's hilarious.
And remember, his name is Trump. His character's name is Trump.
Yes.
Nice.
The Bible speaks of the last Trump as well.
Ooh, Robert Culp, like in Culpability.
Just order, that's all. Comes midnight tonight, this whole town's gonna be dust. Nothing but rocks and dust. Go ahead and laugh. Everybody else is. Everybody.
Thanks, Edwin. Appreciate that, Mr.
Cup of coffee, please. Right away.
Yeah.
There you are. Anything else? Thank you.
Staying long?
Well, no, I just riding through.
Mm-hmm. Law?
Yeah. Tell me something. What's
Maybe
going on
like
this time?
play it in like 2.0 or 1.5.
World's coming to an end.
Yeah.
Or skip it to the end.
Midnight
Yeah,
tonight,
let's
the
go
whole
down
world's
to
gonna.
the end here.
Skip
Pieces
it
of
to the
silver and
end.
furniture carried from homes in the
Oh,
East
here
were
we go.
vessels of family pride were polished to be offered in exchange for the forced rebellion.
Take it easy, folks. Mister, I ain't got the money. Will you take this? It's worth more than 75. Oh, no, just hard cash. That junk's no good to me. There you go. Please, mister, please. No, sir, you get the hard cash, you get the force repellent. Get out of the way, would you, son? There you go.
Well, they bought special umbrellas, I guess.
Yeah, I think he's already told them about the wall.
The bank! There's money in the bank!
It's money in the bank. Yeah, you probably skipped the wall part, but
Yeah,
I mean,
I
we
think
got the bank stuff going on right now too.
yeah, I mean, but for his name to be Trump
We
and
could die
convince
all
them
day
to build a
standing around
wall.
$75. Why don't you keep your mouth shut, mister? Nothing is going to happen. The man is a fake, a phony. Can't you see that? He hasn't got any control of meteorites or anything else.
He's a magi. Make America great again, magi.
I'll put the link for this in links in chat right now. I actually have to go. I've got some things to do.
I don't have very many folks.
This is really funny.
Don't waste your money. It's a fake. Can't you see that? Haven't you said enough already, mister? Now get out of here before
What was the episode called?
Yep, he convinced
Find
them
it.
to want to build a wall. That's
Okay.
amazing. And this came out in 1953 or 54, one of those years, 53, 54.
Yeah.
It's not, yeah, something like that.
Wow.
Don't quote.
That was before me.
And he was born in 48.
Before me too.
Yeah, a lot of people think that they do this so that it's predictive programming. So when these things happen, you're not surprised by them.
Of course.
Take out the shock.
So
and
they
awe.
can go back and say, oh, you saw it there. That's what caused you to think so. Yeah.
It's normal, right? That's what the FBI said about spying on 200 million or 2 million. I don't know how many Americans they spied on without warrants. They said, well, it's normal. We just do that all the time. What's your problem?
Oh, well,
Max,
the idea was that you will be said, what will be said to you is, you saw that on a show.
Yeah, you know it's
that
happening.
isn't real. You just saw it on a show.
Max, if I could get one more minute of your time, is that
Absolutely.
possible? Or I could say, okay, but I would like for you to Google this in real time. You know, I gave you that. Remember, I gave you that Barack Obama, whose mama, right? Remember his mama, porn star. So now I'm going to give Donald Trump. He had a commercial with 2 sheeps. Okay, on this is a Serta mattress. You can Google Donald Trump Serta mattress commercial.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I think.
Yes, he had a Serta mattress commercial with 2 sheep, and these 2 sheeps had numbers on them. One had an 11 and one had a 9. This commercial came out in 2009, and the sheep says to him, You know, he had on the same suit he got elected in as president. And the sheep said, "You
So
were
what do you
made
think
for
of my
this."
Trump
No, go ahead, play it. I'll give you the conclusion after. Okay, go ahead.
home mattress collection by Serta? Finally, the same luxury and comfort I demand in my hotels.
Oh, they'll never count sheep again.
Listen, why don't you come work for me?
What do you have in mind?
Something you were born to do.
Welcome to room 9.
Looking good, number 9.
Pause
Looking
it.
good.
Where's your
Right there.
Number 9.
No, 11-9.
11. Oh,
No,
yeah.
it was 1.
11. No, 11-9.
Okay.
Yes.
11-9. Remember that.
9/11.
11-9. Okay, continue playing.
dignity?
Save now on this Trump Home Luxury Suites mattress during the Serta Luxury Suite Savings event, now through Labor Day.
Okay, the significance of 11-9. Do you all remember what? Do you all remember the date that he became president? 11 November 9th. You were made for this.
Yeah, you were made for this. Yes.
11-9 is
11-9.
also the numbers of Janos.
He was
ancient
elected.
god.
He was elected on 11-9, wearing that same suit that he has in that commercial.
Oh.
He accepted his nomination on November 9th, 11-9. So, and this commercial came out in 2009. So it's not like it came
Looking
out.
good, number 9. Looking good.
There it is.
I remember I said something about Janos. There's a guy that researches Janos, Janus, supposedly a minor god, who turns out not to be a minor god. Turns out to be supposedly a pagan god of everything.
Janus?
And his numbers are 11 and 9. Yeah, a guy did extensive research on it.
Yeah. Okay, I know
We're
Janus.
told he's minor. Yeah, a
Oh,
minor
no,
deity.
Janus religion. Janus was big at one time, yeah.
Yes.
Janus
Some-
is January, yeah.
Thank you for that moment, Max. I know you have things to do, and I was selfish to hold you longer.
That's
but
okay.
I just
That
thought
was
that
interesting.
we were
That
on the
was definitely
subject.
interesting. Yeah.
Psalm 119 is about the Sermon on the Mount.
Oh, interesting. All right, guys.
Isn't it?
I have
though?
got to go. Much love to you all. Keep that third eye open.
Much
Use
love
your
to you
intelligence
all.
and your
Okay, take
intuition.
care, you guys.
All
Stay
right.
away.
All right.
Till next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.